saying is that we don't have the financial capacity, but they don't know our financial muscles. They don't know our financial strength. You know, they are just assuming. So if they are saying we don't have the financial muscle, I will say that is not true.
After over 2 hours of back and forth argument between the two parties, the mediator, who is the Director General of the local content agency, Fodeba Dabo, told both parties that him and his team would investigate and implement the laws fully.
The penalties are huge, and that's the reason why in my concluding remark I made it very clear that let them understand that they are talking to a regulator for and on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone. You should not be seen misleading governments with misinformation.
The Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agencies Sierra Leone is a conglomeration of licensed clearing and forwarding agencies in Sierra Leone established by the 2011 Customs Act and the 2015 Customs Regulations mandated to do import clearing, export transit and freight forwarding among others. Emmanuel Samoa, SLBC.
If you're just joining in, this is news coming to you live from the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation from Freetown. We continue with more stories. Statistics Sierra Leone with UNFPA convened its inaugural advisory committee meeting at the New Briefings Hotel. This meeting aims to establish the terms of reference and finalize the committee's composition, marking the formal commencement of the 2025 Decennial Population and Housing Census process. Julian Koroma has more.
The composition of the 2025 Decennial Housing and Population Census Advisory Committee includes political representatives from the Sierra Leone People's Party, SLPP, and the All People's Congress Party, APC, and other development partners and government agencies. According to the chairman, Statistics Sierra Leone Council, Moses Williams, the unique committee would ensure accurate population and housing statistics that are vital to addressing the needs of the population and to ensure the data is accurate. Enumerators would have to take a special test to prove their statistical prowess.
We train you. When we train you, the test is really meant to see whether you actually understood the training. And we only know that by giving you a simple test. If you don't pass it, then you have not actually benefited from the training, and therefore you cannot do our job well.
As Sierra Leone prepares for this important event, the collaboration among government bodies and international partners underscores the importance of a comprehensive census, which is estimated to cost above $37 million.
In a cabinet meeting, His Excellency the President assured this nation that the funds for the census will be given and will be provided. And that has been communicated to us, and we've had subsequent meetings. The assurance has been given that the money will be provided. We only have to trust the government and its leadership to ensure that we can get this money. I can assure you they provide the money.
The composition of this advisory committee has kick-started the official process of the 2025 Housing and Population Census. The 2 weeks process of counting is scheduled to start from the 2nd to the 15th of December 2025. SLBC News Hour, Julian Koroma.
From Julian Koroma, we'll move on to business updates.
Hello and welcome to Business Updates, the segment that brings you the latest on business and the economy. I am Moses Conte. In today's Business Updates, SLBC takes a look at concern raised by traders, drivers and pedestrians on the overcrowded nature of Dre Junction. As business activities increase in the western rural areas, Dre Junction has been a major spot. However, because of the increase of business activities, traders and drivers have raised concern on the overcrowded nature of business in that part of the country. According to them, they find it difficult to cope with the situation, adding that the congestion at Dre affects their daily activities. Joey and Dumbia was at Dre Junction and sound their views and now report.
Street trading has become a source of livelihood for many people in Freetown and in the regions. Even though trading has become an important source to access affordable goods for the urban poor, it has become a burden for residents. Jewel Junction is not an exception. Quite recently, Jewel Junction has been one among the many areas that have been recently transformed into a market center by traders. This transformation has greatly affected pedestrians and vehicle operators. There is serious traffic congestions and the traders poorly handle waste management. According to some traders, they utilize the streets because there is non-availability of a market to do business, which prompts them to require short a facility.
It will not say weeks, but we're not there because of a lot we get time for survive. The weeks there, we beg for market, there for government.
How they sell and the place is small. And the reason is for the campaigners, so we have them survive.
The present state of Jewel Junction also affects pedestrians like Abdul Bangura, who says the economic situation is a major problem despite council warning of no trading in this area. Chairman Bike Riders Union in Kosoton and Jue Amara Sise says he has spent more time on the road due to the traders utilizing the footpaths. According to him, pedestrians walk on the road as an alternative route. He says that although police officers sometimes ask the traders off the street, they still refuse. His call is for SLRA and council authorities to solve the situation.
Because it's better than at it, but some money back then at it. Where they get a side for pass, they know they use that road there. So the streets are really tight.
Another bike rider raised concerns that the roads are not well kept. He spoke of litter being seen on the streets, gutters, and potholes, creating a safe breeding ground for germs and other parasites.
The swimmer then, and even the motorman in the park on the road, they get problem and see.
At Jewel Junction, there was a declaration call for the creation of designated markets as a solution to street trading. It is assumed that more markets will give the street traders a conducive and appropriate environment to do their business. For Slbc Tv reporting.
Well, that's all for today's edition of Business Update. I am Moses Conte. Thanks for watching.
My thanks there to Moses Conte for business update. From there, we'll move on to entertainment news.
Hello and welcome to the entertainment news with me, Julian Dumbuya. In this edition of the entertainment news, Confucius Institute hosts China Sierra Leone Food Festival and Kiss Daniel new song Mahaba on Fire. Now, Confucius Institute at the University of Sierra Leone has hosted the second China Sierra Leone Food Festival. It is an event where cuisines from China and Sierra Leone are bought and shared so people will experience culture through food. Let's join Esther Sako for more on that.
You are what you eat, savor the flavors and embrace the culture. This was the theme of the second China Sierra Leone Food Festival organized by the Confucius Institute at the University of Sierra Leone.
Today's festival is part of our efforts to enhance our cultural exchanges, will definitely increase the mutual understanding and strengthen our friendship and help to create better and more promising future of our relations. Since the National Day of China is approaching, I would like to conclude by saying some words to the Chinese community in Sierra Leone.
Different restaurants, organizations from both cultures converge at the Tai Chi Garden, bringing lots of delicacies that are unique to both countries to share the food culture and experience the taste.
These are Chinese tea. We have the green tea, the black tea, there's a jasmine tea, and so far so good. We all know that Chinese tea is very healthy. Green tea helps you to lose weight and keeps you fit, and the black tea refreshes you too. The jasmine tea is kind of herbal, very healthy too.
We have prepared the delicious food started from here. This is burning hot temptation seafood soup, and this is very traditional and delivered Chinese food. And also we prepare this kind of glutinous rice chicken, and this is also very traditional and very delicious, nice food.
This is show our food. This dumpling and the fried rice, chicken wings. This all is our specialties, and we have over 80 years history in Freetown.
The event was well attended by different nationals and dignitaries to experience this one-of-a-kind event, to be hands-on this food culinary showcase, as food is a gateway to culture.
Few days ago, Kiss Daniels released a teaser of his new song, Mahaba and We Must. Though these two hitting up social media, Mahaba is fans' favorite as most people vibe to it. The most talked about among them is a video done by Kiss Daniel and his wife. Of course, fans are impressed with the way his wife MJ vibes to it.
Just a little bit of alcohol, a little bit of cigarette. I'm already singing bird, I'm already continental, international. I'm killing it, you know I put the fire. Now maybe the follow come, couple up or solo one. Pressure no fi catch you, fully loaded cash. When they see me coming, they say we the bad, you loud, you loud, you loud, you loud. You want to tend to be bad, olori bu, kolovado. Tori mo kula mo kuda, oja kuda mo molekwa. Bottom, already a crazy nigga. Black on black, Elea. Mash back on Shelea. Energy like a star.
It's really impressive. The wife supporting the husband thing. Well, that's all we have in this edition of the Entertainment News. I've been your presenter, Joyan Dumbuya.
Many thanks there to Joyan Lumbia. From there, we'll move on to sport updates.
Time, like every other thing, will write the final script in every endeavor. It's the sporting updates on the news. My name is Abdul Kabir, and we begin with swimming in this edition. Sierra Leonean swimmers are ready to make a splash in the African Aquatics Zone 2 Championship in Ghana. Well, for them, this competition will serve as a marker of progress in terms of identifying the next stars that represent Sierra Leone in international competitions. Here is the update. The Sierra Leone Aquatics is gearing up to send a talented team of swimmers to compete in the African Aquatics Zone 2 Masters Junior and Senior Swimming Championship, set to take place in Accra, Ghana from October 7th to October 10th. With a strong determination to represent their country proudly, the Sierra Leonean swimmers have been training rigorously to ensure they are in peak physical condition for the prestigious event. Among the promising athletes is Moses Sa Yongai, who is eager to showcase his skills on the international stage. The president of the Sierra Leone Aquatics, Mohamed Abdul Toure, has expressed his confidence in the team's ability to compete at the highest level.
Well, we have been training intensively for this competition for the past 3 months, starting with the open water championships, the different time trials, and all. And on that note, we are very prepared to travel. As in the team is ready, willing and able. We're just trying to get the necessary funding so that we can take a large number of athletes to the competition.
To re-emphasize the bright future of swimming in Sierra Leone, noting that the country has the potential to replicate its past success of winning gold medals at the African Championships in 2017.
They have been training intensively for this competition, and depending on the funds available when we want to leave this weekend, then we will take all of them, or we just take a small number so that the country will be represented.
As the championships approach, the Sierra Leone Aquatics is hopeful that this event will mark a turning point for the country's international swimming scene. Abdul Kabir, SLBC Sport, Freetown. In the international scene, we flip our attention to football as the FIFA Council has announced that the FIFA Club World Cup will take center stage in 2025. Well, teams are getting themselves ready for biggest showpiece. Let's join Mohamed Lamin Toure for details.
Clubs will be expected to bring their best available squad to compete in the tournament taking place in July.
That's your sports. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Many thanks there to Abdul Kabir for that latest update in sport. Well, from there, that's how we draw the curtains of the news this morning. But before we go, a quick recap of our main points. Road users in the center of Freetown have called on authorities to give utmost importance to the major roads used in the city. They stress that the condition of the roads is deplorable and requires urgent attention. The Economic Community of West African States has launched the Fund for Regional Stabilization and Development. The initiative was funded by the German government, focusing on improving socio-economic resilience in vulnerable regions. And the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, or SLAI, has introduced the newest variety of groundnut in Sierra Leone called Slnut 2. According to experts, the new variety has notable differences from the traditional groundnuts that Sierra Leone farmers are used in terms of increased pods per size, stand, and climatic resistance. Well, that's it for news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Esther Sako. Goodbye. Up next is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Have a wonderful day.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Slbc Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the public broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
no fact na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind of program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind of program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made I don't learn from and I wonder you say life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
is Friday, the 4th of October 2024, and it is a pleasant morning. And a warm welcome to your program, Good Morning Sierra Leone, the program that always starts your day. I am Shaku Smiler.
I am Princess Gibson, and our quote for the day is from the 16th U.S. President Abraham Lincoln, and it says, "You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading today." Coming up in this edition, National Elections Watch New concludes National Civil Society Conference on genuine electoral reforms, peace, and national cohesion in the country. Sierra Leone Teachers Union to celebrate World Teachers Day tomorrow on the theme "Valuing Teachers, Voices Towards a New Social Contract for Education." And Petroleum Regulatory Agency announces reduction in fuel prices. We invite you to participate by sending in a text message to the number 077-230-440. Or you can find us on Facebook at SLBC Live Channel 31 and other social media handles. It's Good Morning Sierra Leone. Stay with us.
We are back, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, as you may have heard in the news, the National Elections Watch, also known as NEW, has concluded a National Civil Society Conference on mobilizing the civil society towards genuine electoral reforms, peace, and national cohesion. The engagement aimed at discussing the role of the civil society in advancing the implementation of the recommendations put forward by the Cross-Party Committee on Electoral Reforms. For more on this, we have in the studios the spokesperson for NEW, and he is Saliu Kamara. Good morning, Mr. Kamara, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Okay, when people talk about elections are very crucial. It's shaping the direction of a country. Politically, socially, economically, culturally, as the case may be. Tell us, this engagement with, the civil society, also most times referred to as the fifth estate. Yes, for sure.
So they've also coined another estate after the media.
For sure, there is another estate. Mr. Saliu Kamara has been in civil activism for long. He knows what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now, tell us, engaging civil society on electoral reforms, and tell us exactly what the motivation.
Thank you very much. Like you rightly said, the National Elections Watch, NEW, convened a meeting of civil society organizations from across the country. We invited 150 organizations, including elections management bodies. And in discussing, looking at the theme of the meeting, mobilizing the civil society community towards genuine electoral reforms, peace and national unity. I think when you mentioned the word tripartite, it wasn't part of the political vocabulary in Sierra Leone before 2023 elections. But after 2023, the new vocabulary tripartite emerged. So if we want to talk about the tripartite, sometimes it's good that we give the context so that we know where we're coming from and where the word itself is coming from. And that will enable the citizens to take the work of the tripartite, especially the recommendations, very seriously. And I think because of the seriousness, the National Elections Watch charges to the work of the tripartite as well as the recommendations that actually led to the national conference we're talking about. So maybe if we set the stage, we know why the national conference.
But that's exactly what we are coming to. Now, the reason for that conference. Now, we know that after the 2023 elections, later came in the tripartite, to kind of address some of the concerns by especially the main opposition, the APC. Now, the tripartite committee concluded its work and recommendations were made. A report was presented to no less a person than the First Gentleman, and in that report there were recommendations. And it is the responsibility also of the civil society to ensure that they know what is in that document, so that they can, actually communicate it to the general public. And now you've got this engagement and a lot of things people need to know. Tell us exactly what did you want them to know? Because I know it will have a multiplier effect, because they are dealing with the public directly.
In the first place, I think we saw something very, very interesting, and it's good for our society. Like you rightly said, after the election, there was sharp agreement, especially between the two major political parties, the APC and the SLPP. But despite those differences, these people were able to sit in the same room in the form of, inter-party dialogue that led to the tripartite, and they were able to come out with 80 recommendations despite the differences that they had. So we want our civil society, even before the 2023 election, there were cracks among civil society. And these cracks were deepened by the 2023 elections. But we want to emulate the examples of these two political parties. They had differences, but the differences did not stop them from coming together, sitting in the same room, discussing and coming out with 80 recommendations. So we also want our civil society, despite the cracks that we have, let us come together. This document is very important.
Before going further, you talked about cracks, and the society are supposed to be probably, sometimes they are the whistleblowers, they are the ones like they go between the governed and the governors, the governed and the governors.
Yes.
So if there are cracks, it means that is a very serious problem, insofar as the country's democratization is concerned. Because if there are cracks within the civil society, it means a lot. It can hinder progress, it can hinder our democratic process as well. So let us know, the cracks we're talking about.
Mr. Samura, I know, it's serious, but I don't want you to emphasize the word serious. There are cracks, and you know that there are cracks. There are cracks everywhere, but that's why there are human beings as well. As long as people are mingling together, they have to have their differences. So we have the differences, but all what we are saying, and I'm sure you know about it, all what we are saying, despite this difference, let's just put them aside. And this is in fact one of the reasons why we convened that meeting, so that no matter our opinions, no matter our perception towards political, social things that are happening in the country, let us come together, because we see this tripartite and especially the 80 recommendations as an opportunity for us not to repeat what we saw in 2023. So we decided to convene this meeting in the first place.
So that you can mend the cracks.
In the first place, let us know what are these differences. Let us know why is it that there are differences amongst us. So that, because if you don't know the problem, it's difficult for you to actually get a solution to it. And we discuss frankly as civil society. We're able to look at certain things, and we're able to also prefer certain solution on how we move forward. So it was a very good meeting. It was very frank, because it's just civil society, and we believe we're going to take our part. We're going to play our part, because one thing we also agree that in as much as these recommendations are very important, civil society must play a big role in it. And
but Mr. Kamara, before going forward, let us talk about this. You've just mentioned that a problem identified is a problem half solved, right? Now you met with the civil society, and they brought forward, because you wanted to know exactly what what were the issues, why they are so divided, and what did they tell you? Because the thing is that we need to know, so that for the future it will be better positioned to know what to do or what not to do. It is that we are divided based on political biases or so some society organizations favoring a certain party, or some favoring party X or party Z, as the case may be. Was that one of the issues?
All of those, and even more. I mean, during the discussions, I mean, a lot of issues came out, and one of which you just mentioned. There are some people, if they believe that, I mean, even your surname connotes something, and your surname alone will make some people to look you differently. And with civil society, we have what we call, I mean, some people call it, ethnic politicization. Ethnic politicization in the sense that, I mean, if you are a Kamara, some people will just have it that, okay, because you are a Kamara, you already belong to a certain tribe, certain political party. If you are a Masako, you belong to a certain political party. And that's why during the discussions, we talked about the importance of social reforms. Because when you look at the document, they talked about legal reform, they talk about institutional reforms. But another important aspect is the social reforms. How do we reform our mindset? How do we reform our perception? Why is it that if I'm coming from a particular region of the country, you perceive me to support a political party that is associated or aligned with that region? Why is it that if I'm appointed by a certain administration, I should even bend the rules to satisfy that administration? Why is it that, if I'm a leader of a certain institution, or I'm the leader of a country, or I'm the leader of a department, I should subvert the law in order to satisfy myself? All of this has to do with our social reforms, the mindset. So we discussed about that also, and this is one reason why you see the divisions within also civil society. Because there are certain people, if we are not in the same party, then we are an enemy. Even if we are from the same brother, from the same father and mother. And that shouldn't be the case.
So did you leave the room with a common position?
Yeah, because that was one of the main thrusts of the meeting. One of the main thrusts of the meeting for civil society to come out with a common position in supporting the implementation of the tripartite recommendation. Because we believe that even if all of us come on board, but if we are not united in doing that, you will find out that we'll come out with different messages. And once we come out with different messages, instead of helping the process, we tend to confuse the people. Then at the same time, we will not help the process at all. So we come out with something, a resolution that will take to the committee, and the chief minister, who is head of the committee, established to spearhead implementation of the tripartite recommendation, and also other key stakeholders. They will try as much as possible also to popularize these recommendations to the general public, because whatever we do, we are doing it on behalf of the people. So they have to know, we have to get their buy-in, and at the same time, we want them to come on board to ensure that, this opportunity presented to us by the tripartite and its recommendations, we use it fully to the benefit of the country.
So what's your view around the implementation of the 80 recommendations? I know you must have agreed on a framework, to fast track the implementation.
Yeah, well, our role is a supportive role, because when you look at the 80 recommendation, it entails a lot, and it requires a lot of resources, it requires a lot of expertise, it requires a lot of dedication. And in fact, when you look at some of the recommendations, it has to be aligned with the constitutional review. So that's another aspect. We should not just be looking at the recommendation. We should also be looking at a process that started several years ago. That is the constitutional review process. Because even if we move along with some of the recommendations, without completing the process of reviewing the Constitution, we will also result to the same thing.
Okay, continue to stay with us in the studio. He is Salim Kamara, the Public Relations Officer of the National Elections. Watch new. We move to another issue. World Reject Day aims to focus on appreciating, assessing, and improve the educators of the world, and to provide an opportunity to consider issues related to teachers and teaching. This year's theme, Valuing Teachers' Voices Towards a New Social Contract for Education, highlights the need to address the systemic challenges teachers face and to establish a more inclusive dialogue about their role in education. To further the discussion, we have been joined in the studio by Fode Kuyate, Regional Executive, Western Area. Good morning and welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure being here.
Yes, so this year's theme, Valuing Teachers' Voices Towards a New Social Contract for Education. What do you want to realize from this theme?
Thank you very much for that very important questions. Valuing teacher voices. It simply means government and other stakeholders in education should value the contribution teachers make in society.
Has it been undervalued?
Well, to some extent, it has been undervalued by the stakeholders involved, especially government. Because for some decisions you want to make for teachers in this country, the voices of teachers should be here, especially the teachers' union. For the past couple of years, we have been advocating for better pay and condition of service for our teachers. But it is hard to note that in the 21st century, teachers of Sierra Leone have still struggled with better pay and condition of service as compared to other government department agencies. Let me give an example. Look at the commissions we have in Sierra Leone today. Be the Electoral Commission, the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Teaching Service Commission. We have a good number of them. A person working in one of those commissions, for example, with a master's degree, a good number of them are paid more than 10,000 leones a month. In all leones, about more than 10 million leones. And the same person with a master's degree in the classroom is not receiving 2,000 leones or 2 million leones a month. So for us, year in and year out, we have been calling on government for improved condition of service for our teachers. And let me tell you something, I was here the last time talking about school fees subsidies, if you can recall.
Yes.
Mr. Shiku Smala can testify to that. I came here saying for last academic year, third term, government has not paid a single cent to our schools.
Up till now?
Up till now, as I speak to you. They promised to pay at the end of this month, at the end of last month, September. Today is October the 4th. For last
How do you manage schools?
Well, that's the problem, and that's the question we want to ask government. How do we expect the schools to run? And you are talking about free quality education for last academic year.
What is the Ministry of Finance saying? Because I know
They told us they don't have money. They have other priorities at the expense of our children in our schools.
But Mr. Kuyate, now the school subsidies, and it has been a perennial problem, like you alluded to some few months or weeks back when you were here. Now, when you were here the last time, you did say that as a union, you've decided to give government an ultimatum.
Yes, please.
But by the end of last month or so, if the subsidies were not paid, you are going to take or embark on a job action. So it is that probably the negotiations are ongoing, because by now, based on what you said the last time, and now you should have been on the job action or industrial action, as the case may be. In the corporate world. But the thing is, you are still teaching, right? So it is that the negotiations continue.
We have tried, and government has not responded. Thank God tomorrow is World Teachers Day. The Sierra Leone Teachers Union has 20 administrative districts across the country and 100 branches. Tomorrow teachers will converge to discuss issues affecting the profession, including the school fees subsidies. Before we embark on the strike action, we have to get a mandate from our membership. And if tomorrow we have 35,000 or more teachers will be meeting, and they tell the leadership of the union, enough is enough. This time around, let's embark on the 21.
But you think you have that united front? Because the thing is, even at the executive level of teachers union, probably you have some who will be saying, okay, if now we decide to lay down tools, the pupils will suffer, and it will affect the government's flagship program, which is education. And then probably some will be thinking politics, So are you constrained by some of these, factors? These factors, but you are constrained by politics. You are constrained by lack of loyalty. You are constrained by having empathy, for the pupils. Let us know, because you are also part of the labor union, and a member of the labor union, you have a secret responsibility to negotiate, to dialogue on behalf of your workers. So some of these factors I've just named, are you constrained by some of them? Politics, loyalty, empathy.
One of our core values, we are non-partisan. Teachers all over the country, whether from the north, from the south, from the east, we don't take part in politics. For example, if the president of the Sierra Leone Teachers Union attend any political party meetings and we get that information, we'll ask him to resign. So we are non-partisan. Because what affects the teachers is very, very crucial. It's cut across the board. So we are not moved by politics. We want to serve our nation. We want to serve the children of this country. And so as a result of that, as I said, we are going to meet tomorrow.
So in other words, are you going to kind of divert attention? Because tomorrow, I believe that tomorrow should be a day of celebration.
Perfectly correct.
Are you going to divert, celebration to protest?
We are going to celebrate the World Teachers Day tomorrow. And in celebrating the World Teachers Day tomorrow, we have series of activities. One of such activities is the meetings I'm talking about, and decisions will be taken, resolutions will be taken. We'll collect those resolutions and bring them to government. But let me tell you something about the World Teachers Day proper. Some of the activities we want to undertake tomorrow. For example, as I said, we have 100 branches, and SLTU leadership, the leadership have sent huge amounts of money to those 100 branches for the celebration. And what are these celebrations? Let me just quickly tell you some of these celebrations. We are going to have what we call March Past.
Quickly, you will talk on that. You will talk on those.
Okay.
But the thing is that we've just said that as SLTU, you have disbursed, huge amounts.
Yeah.
To your various
branches, 100 branches across the country. For celebration.
Which means your financial base is very strong, right? But if you say huge amount, it means your financial base is very strong. Well, somebody may want to ask, why not use that money to kind of bail out?
That's a very important question.
Yes.
The resources we get out from our union, this will collect for our membership. And let me tell you this, SLT is the strongest trade union organization in Sierra Leone. There is no trade union organization stronger than SLTU. You talk about resources, yes, we have the resources. And we are using the resources to cater for our membership. And that is why for any teacher that is seriously sick, SLT provides medical assistance for such teachers. Teachers that are pursuing higher studies in our colleges and university, SLT provide what we call educational assistance. We provide what we call legal assistance for our teachers for work-related cases that they have. And quite recently, we launched the National Teacher Loan Scheme. This very month, we are going to disburse, we are going to loan teachers money. So talking about resources, we have the resources, and that is why for this celebration, we have disbursed something like about over 250 million loans for this celebration alone. And that is why, because the teachers are paying the union dues, we want to spend the money on them. So let me now come to the activities we are going to embark on for this World Teachers Day. Number one, we shall be having march pass. Some of these branches will be having march pass of teachers and pupils. Some we have in the town hall meetings in our 100 branches. We shall also be having football competition. Remember, all work and no play make Jack a dull boy. So in as much as we have our difficulties, the challenges with our pay, condition of service, but let us celebrate, because the profession.
These activities you are talking about, are they going to be done, simultaneously or
simultaneously tomorrow?
Okay, at the same time.
At the same time tomorrow.
Across the country.
Across the country, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, the activities will start. But as I said, it depends on the activities you want to embark on as a branch. Some will say football matches, some will say town hall meetings, some will say squeeze competition, as I have it here, squeeze competition, and what we call social night. Teachers will converge at the branch and they will socialize, talk about the profession, talk about the importance in society. All of these things will happen tomorrow. So for us as an organization, we want to discuss these issues. We want to take part in these activities to tell the world, to tell Sierra Leoneans. And remember, in all of these activities, we have also invited parents, government officials, other stakeholders to be part of the celebration. All of us here in this room, at this studio, we are all taught by teachers. And that is why we are here today. Let us remember that. Sheikh Ismaila, remember a teacher in your life that has created some impact in you. And celebrate that teacher.
To be very candid.
Celebrate that teacher.
I also share the same view with you. Yeah. Because I know that my father taught for a very
wonderful
for many years.
Wonderful.
So there's no way I can say teachers should not be
celebrated,
provided for or celebrated.
Okay. Yes.
So, Mr. Kurate,
Yes,
back to commissions. I know there has been engagement with government on increments and some disbursement in trenches.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yes, can we?
Yes, of course. In 2023, we held negotiations with government for increased salaries of teachers. Government gave up 45% salary increase to be segmented in 3 years. 2023, 24, 2023, 2023, 2024, and then next year will be the last tranche of 15% each. So by next year in January, teacher salaries will be increased by 15%. And that will end the 3-year span of the 45% salary increase.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. I will continue to stay with us. He is the Western Regional Secretary for the Sierra Leone Teachers Union, and he's Fudi Kuyate, as we will be celebrating 5/10 tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is Teachers Day, but then when we come back, we shall be asking a question to talk about the 5/10. Why 5/10?
Wonderful.
I know, but you need to tell it. It has to come from you.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. He's Fudi Kuyate, the Secretary for the Sierra Leone Teachers Union for the Western Union, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We go for a very short break, and we'll be right back.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa, and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back from that short break. You're still viewing Good Morning Sierra Leone, our breakfast show from the public broadcaster. We're moving to another issue, Sheku.
Yes, and it has to do with independent police complaints board, the IPCB. This is an organization, a civilian oversight body of the Sierra Leone Police. It was created by the Police Council in 2013 with the responsibility to hold members of the Sierra Leone Police accountable for their actions and inaction. Recently, the Independent Police Complaints Board lost its chairman to death. Well, what is the current status of the IPCP? Well, no, and in the studio to talk more on this is Vandi Bawo. And Vandi Bawo is the Communications Programs Outreach Coordinator of the Independent Police Complaints Board. Good morning, Mr. Bawo, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sheku. How are you?
Now, this civilian oversight body, looking into complaints by ordinary citizens or citizens against the police. Now, recently you lost your chair, and since then we've not been seeing you being as active as you used to be. Now tell us, what is the current status of the board? Because the death of your chairman doesn't mean complaints will stop coming. I know complaints have been coming. Tell us how your operations look like right now as we speak.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheku Smaila. As you rightly put it, we lost the chairman of the Independent Police Complaint Board quite recently in June. May his soul rest in peace. But that notwithstanding, the board will continue to function because we have administrative arrangement. There's an administrator. The head of the admin is the board secretary, in the person of Mrs. Emmeline George. But before going further, I may wish to give you an overview of the police complaint board itself, so that we can put the discussion into context. Police complaint board, as you highlighted in the intro, was created. It's a creation of the Police Council in 2013 using constitutional instrument section 158 of the 1991 Constitution. But that decision by the Police Council was informed by a number of factors. In 2006, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted a resolution that African countries who are signatory to that commission should establish an independent oversight board or body over the police, or oversight or accountability body over the police. Why did they say that? They look at the model, this how successful it has been in South Africa. In South Africa they have IPID, in Kenya they have APWA. So they look at how successful they have been in the past. That they have breached they have enhanced what we call the rule of law. Rule of law is where everybody appear equally before the law. The law will not see you because you are a journalist and that person is a teacher, they treat you differently. And it will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community itself.
But Mr. Bawo, what makes it different? Well, let us know the difference here. Because now the police do have an internal mechanism for redress.
Right.
That is the CDID. Mm-hmm. It is that trust in the CDID, has been lost. The reason for the creation of the Independent Police Complaints Board, in a way, because you mentioned how this board has succeeded in countries. You mentioned South Africa, but even in South Africa there is a question mark. For example, the Marikana massacre. I know you know about the Marikana massacre in South Africa. Up to now, questions are being asked about how that particular issue was handled. Now, the creation of the ICPD
IPC.
ICPD. You know, it is because there was no more trust in the internal mechanism of redress in the force, in the police force.
It is not my business to say people do not trust the CDID, which is the internal mechanism of the police, the Sierra Leone police. But what we have been observing, if a police officer does you bad or wrong or behave unprofessionally to you, people will think, if I go to the CDID and file my complaint to another police officer, I will not have justice. So that is the whole reason, the major reason why IPCB was created. It is manned by civilian people. All of us there are civilians. So if somebody is being manhandled by a police officer, they will have confidence to meet another civilian to file their complaints, so that we look into those complaints or those allegations and bring out credible report.
Okay, so Mr. Bao, let's look at how the board has been handling complaints that emerge, either for police excesses or how they treat civilians. How the board has been handling that?
Okay, what we will be doing, because initially the board was only centered in Freetown location, New England, where we are neighbors. So what we did, because we wanted people to have access to the board, we expanded our operations. Now we have regional offices all over. We have it in McKinney. If you contact McKinney office at Anesbai Kuma Street, you can see there. If you go to Port Loco, you find one at Edward Kuma Street. You go to Kenema, you find one at Nyandeama Road. You go to Maiboma Road, where the Provincial Secretary Office is located. You find IPCB. Now, how we take complaints from members of the public freely. They don't pay free of charge, without any cost. You lodge your complaint, then we have a committee that looks into those complaints. We have a whole committee. The board representation are being divided into various committees. Complaint handling committee is there, investigation committee is there. They look at your complaint. If they find out it falls within the purview of the IPCB, we'll write you immediately to say that your report or your complaint has been received, it has been reviewed, we've assigned it to
so aside the processes and procedures, I know you are decentralized. So how do you respond, during your investigations? How do you handle them?
How we handle the complaint?
Yes.
We have investigators. We have. I will show you the data of investigation they have done so far. I was thinking. I have a whole chart of like the actions, police action and inaction. Ever since inception, we've handled up to 336 cases in that. We have shooting incidents. We've received up to 45 complaints on that. We have allegation of fraudulent conversion. We've got up to 25. We have allegation of misconduct involving an officers of the rank of superintendent and above. We've got up to 57 of that. We have reports about injuries or assault caused by police officers. We've got 92 of that one. We've got arbitrary arrest done by police officers.
So after your findings and conclusion, what's the next step?
That is the problem we have. That is why I'm here. The current legal framework we are operating with, which we have so many gaps. And that is the reason we are anticipating for reform, a legal reform. When we conclude our investigation, we have to assess the outcome and form opinion. If we find out it is a criminal liability, we have to refer the case to the Director of Public Prosecution for trials. If it is about disciplinary misconduct, refer to the IDP to take action, disciplinary action. But ever since our creation, when we file those cases, what happens if those two bodies did not take action? That is the problem we have.
But I think it's that, Mr. Ball, you know, I believe that even though you know, by your creation you are independent, but at the same time, you know, you are funded by government, you know, and it is supposed to be a kind of intra, because now having investigated, you have to forward whatever your findings to the director of public prosecution. You know, if it is about disciplinary measures, you know, you forward your findings to the IGP, the Inspector General of Police. But over the years, you've been quiet about you know, bringing out some of these concerns. Because if, for example, you took a particular matter to the DPP and actions were not taken, you took, you know, concerns or findings to the IGP and decisions, you know, actions were not taken. It is also your responsibility to bring it to the public, for the public to know that yes, you did your best, but your efforts were frustrated by the DPP and also the IGP. You've not been doing that.
So the transformation is taking place now. I want to believe this is the first time you are hosting a communication officer from the IPC.
No, this is not the first time. This is not the first time. This is not the first time now.
Okay.
In fact, there were times when we were having, you know, a program on television.
We used to have our own program.
No, even one-to-one interviews we've been having here in this studio.
Okay.
Yes, for sure.
So you said we'll be quite silent on matters.
When it comes to enforcement of your findings.
No, we'll be urging media practitioners, including CSO, to follow up on our complaints, which will refer to the DPP and the police themselves.
So, for instance, if you forward your findings to the IGP, tell us how do they react?
That's why I'm telling you. It is not clear in the legal framework whether if the IGP fails to take action, what will happen.
All right. Okay, Mr. Bawo, thank you so much. We will continue to talk to you because you know, I know you have a lot of things to talk about. But then quickly, we now go for a review of the dailies, the newspapers for today, the main headlines in our local tablets. Yes, Princess?
Yes, I have a host of them. I begin with our code newspaper, and it has a banner headline. I broke down and wept when I saw a cut, bruises and blood on her body, quoting Sierra's cousin. That has to do with ongoing investigation for the murder of Sierra. Over 2,000 hectares of rice farms destroyed by flooding in Kamasolo chiefdom of recent time Shiku. There has been many reports across the country of flooding, you know, which most people have attributed to climate change. Acting Finance Minister advocates for bank partnership to address domestic debt challenges. Slash launches National Media Awards 2024-2025.
Yes, I have here the exclusive newspaper, and the exclusive newspaper is saying here, as part of its headlines, PRA, that is the Petroleum Regulatory Agency, urges dealers to sell approved pump prices. Also on the exclusive newspaper, BSL, that is the Bank of Sierra Leone, increases rates. MCC, well, not an SLPP project. Here they are quoting Honorable IB Cargo. This one says, as he sets to make donation today, Unimark welcomes FCD Tunis. Petty traders grabs, well, this one is 390,000 new leos. Well, these are some of the stories you can find in the exclusive newspaper for today.
Yes, Unity says 480 United States million MCC signing represents chance leap for Salon. Thank you, Mr. President, for your dynamic achievement. World Bank team briefs Deputy Minister and assures of more support. NATCA takes mobile operators to task. SLPP scribe blasts enemies of progress. First Lady's activities at ONGA, that is the United Nations General Assembly that has recently concluded in New York. VP Julia Jallo celebrates First Lady's role in NCC Compact achievements. Sierra Leone shines at AFSF Forum 2024, a promise of agricultural prosperity.
Well, now I have your Independent Observer, and it says, one of the banner headlines here says, Mr. President, can we talk? This is a question. Well, I think this one is an editorial, but it's on the Independent newspaper. And also with the Independent newspaper, and it says, VP decorates 25 promoted police commanders. Also in the Independent Observer, this one says, the case of Jihad Basma and 2 others undermining the credibility of the judiciary.
Yes, Global Times has a banner headline, the case of Jihad Basma and 2 others undermining the credibility of the judiciary. I believe in President Biyo's vision, quoting Honorable Sir Emerson Lamina. ASLAF conducts COI hearing. Friends and families of York donate school materials. Are all stories on the face of the Global Times.
Okay, yes, indeed. Princess, there are many headlines here, but I think we have to continue with the program because, if you want to read more to get the information in our local tablets, you can go have a copy of them. These are some of the headlines we have, but we still continue with the program. Good morning, Sierra Leone, which is reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. Yes, Princess.
Yes, we move to the Petroleum Regulatory Agency that has announced a reduction in the prices of petroleum products in the country. According to the press release from PRA, they made the decision after they completed the collation and computation of the maximum retail prices of petroleum products for the month of October. Well, to tell us more about the reduction, we have been joined on the studio by Samuel and Sumana Tonti, who is the Director of Operations and Pricing. Good morning, and Sumana.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
So you are here to take credit for the reduction many has described as non-significant.
Well, we made a promise to the people of Sierra Leone, and that promise we will fulfill. However little it is, we will transform those gains into the pumps.
So tell us about the reduction.
Well, we have promised the people of Sierra Leone since 2023 that we want to review the petroleum pricing formula. There are parameters that we are in the formula that we are not supposed to be in that formula. If we all could remember, in 2001, late President Al-Haji Dr. Ahmad Tijan Kaba of blessed memory declared the war done. And up to 2024, Sierra Leone, we are still paying insurance for war risk. And we all know we are not at war. So we cannot do it alone. So we had to seek multilateral support from World Bank, IMF, and thankfully the World Bank accepted. And then we had an energy consultant that was given to us. The energy consultant was in Freetown in June, and then we had stakeholders from right across the petroleum value chain. We reviewed the parameters in the formula, and then as of the 30th of June, we announced reduction in pump prices from 30 leons to 28 leons 50 cents, which we have done consistently. So as it is, we'll continue to review those parameters in the formula and translate those gains into the pump.
So what is the determinant factor? Is it as a result of the world plat?
Yeah, what happened is we have what we call the plat for petroleum products and also the exchange rate. If you look at our press release vividly, it stated even though the plat prices remain flat, okay, we experience a stable exchange rate. So for that reason, the drop or the adjustment is very minimal, as people will say, but it's not minimal if you compare it to monetary terms. Okay, we did last month, which was September. People we are saying, oh, it's just 50 cents, it's just 50 cents. If you put that in monetary terms, it's over 100 million. So you can imagine what that means. So if it's given to government for other activities, but that was translated into the pumps, and that's what we have done again. Okay, like I said, just like in September when we reduced pump price, our very good neighbor, our sister country Nigeria, they increased. Okay, the trend around the world now is as it is, people are returning. So what happened is we will experience movement in Platts. If we experience movement in Platts like we have done, and we're going to do it consistently, we'll transfer those gains into the pumps.
Okay. So are we expecting, further decrease in the pump prices of petroleum products based on probably expected drop in Platts, the cost of refined products, petroleum products?
As it is, I will say yes, but we should also pray for unseen circumstances. As it is now, the Middle East is not stable. Israel waging war against Iran, Lebanon, etc. Let's pray for world peace, because from the projected numbers, the forecast, it's saying Platts, okay, will continue to be stable until January, when we will experience movement. Why January? Because OPEC Plus is going to cut supply again. They will cut supply because they said, as it is, since 2020, oil producers have not made money. They have not been profitable.
So in other words, are they going to create artificial scarcity?
What they will do, they will reduce supply, so that what will happen? Demand will increase than supply, and then prices will increase. But
so it is that they have more in stock, and they want to do away with that particular stock, and in the process they want to create a kind of scarcity so that demand will increase, which will eventually lead to increase in the price. Supply.
What happened is, if we are following the international news, Saudi Aramco has just discovered a new well of over 400 billion tons of crude, which means they are going to produce more. But whatever OPEC Plus is going to do, there is a rate fall. What is happening with China and India? Okay, they are now the largest consumer of petroleum product imports. I would say China has restocked, and that stock is going to last for a while, and they still continue to restock. Even India is doing the same. They are still stockpiling because they are afraid of what OPEC decision will be come January. So they are stockpiling for January.
So because of the instability, you mentioned this conflict between Iran and Israel, and we know that Iran is one of the biggest oil producers, in that particular region. So with that, do we expect, would that in any way affect the price, of the Platts in the short run?
No, whatever happened, yes, because it's insecurity, and insecurity is one of the main determinants of movement in Platts. Because as long as suppliers don't know what will be the security of their product, they cannot invest.
Well, I'll quickly talk about this decrease you've just made from how much to how much now. I mean, this reduction in the pump price of petroleum products, okay, in your recent press release.
Okay, the current adjustment is petrol from 28 leons to 27 leons 30 cents, diesel from 28 leons to 27 leons 40 cents, kerosene from 26 leons 04 cents to 25 leons 03 cents, fuel oil for thermal plant from 26 leons 24 cents to 25 leons 11 cents.
So that is where we stand right now.
Yes, that's the current price.
All right, Ansumana Tunsi Samura, he is the Director of Operations at the Petroleum Regulatory Agency, or PRA. Now, quickly, Mr. Hamisa, tomorrow we are celebrating 510.
Yes, please.
Why 510?
Why 510 is because we took it from the World Teachers' Day. Every year, October 5, we celebrate World Teachers' Day. So the 5th of the 10th month, which is October, 510, Hotel 510. in celebration of World Teachers Day.
This will also coincide with the Best Teachers Award.
Yeah.
So teachers look forward to that.
Yes, tomorrow again in Bo, the Teaching Service Commission will be there to award teachers, and SL2 president will be there to make a statement in celebrating teachers, and tomorrow we shall be having the best teacher in Sierra Leone.
But if it is celebrating teachers, and now you are saying valuing teachers, the theme for this year's celebrations.
Yeah, value teachers.
If you can celebrate teachers, you need to. What does that mean? It also means that they are also valued.
Yeah, also valuing teachers.
They are valued, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay.
So celebrating teachers and the Teaching Service Commission giving teachers
to reflect the pocket.
Thank you very much.
Financial.
Yeah, financial value should be there also to keep the teachers ongoing for better production and for better quality in education.
Congratulations on your celebration.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Vali.
Yes.
From the police complaints about. Now tell us exactly what you intend doing in altering this narrative. You investigating, forwarding your findings to IGP or DPP, and actions are not taken in very few seconds.
We've embarked on transformation process. We want to maybe review the legal framework so that we can have a constitutional, we can have an act of parliament to address all of these things. We started the project since 2019. We did regional consultation in all the regions. We've got the outcome. We set up the technical.
So in other words, now you are going to be even more visible in a way, trying to people know what you're doing, and if actions are not taken, you let the public.
The transformation meant to have to bring us more staff, additional staff.
Okay.
And maybe there will be now a kind of timeline on how the police.
These cases are looked into. Reforms are made.
Reforms.
Okay,
yes.
Quickly, Tunsi, the PRA. How are you going to ensure that the dealers adhere to this decrease? Because there are times, even when it has come from the PRA, you see dealers, not reducing the pump price of petroleum products. So, what is going to be the enforcement mechanism? Quickly, in very few seconds as well.
Okay, we'll continue our intensive monitoring, and as you know, 2 months ago, we closed the premises of 3 stations right across the country for overpricing. So we'll continue enforcement, even though we'll use the carrot and stick approach. But in this case, we'll use the stick approach.
All right, okay. Asmana Tonti Samura, he is Director of Operations and Pricing at the Petroleum Regulatory Agency, PRA. Many thanks also to Fodi Piate, the Western Region Secretary of the SLTU, as you celebrate your 510, the World Teachers Day, and also Vali Bauer from the Police Complaints Board, the Independent Police Complaints Board. That is how we are saying goodbye. Well, before I go, I must wish all fellow academicians our 120th anniversary is today. It was in 1904 that the Abata Academy actually came into existence, and today is 120 years, since the founding of the Abata Academy.
That's a huge anniversary.
So yes, indeed, I'm very, wishing all of us, myself, and alumnus, and other alumni, a very enjoyable, 120th anniversary of our school, the Abata Academy, AA above all. Well, many thanks to the entire production team, especially producer Joseph Stanley. I am Sheku Smile.
I am Princess Gibson. Goodbye from me. Thanks for your time.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made around land for my and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
join the Love Factor team
every Sunday 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path, a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the Slbc brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the Slbc for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the Slbc. Constructive Nationalism on the Slbc.
The OKNP landscape is more rich in biodiversity. If you come in the OKNP, you will see different type of animals: chimpanzee, hippo, elephant, Maxwell duiker, red flank duiker, etc., etc., and even the colobus monkey, patas monkey that are in the park.
We're here this morning with the Wabile Eco Guards, with Dr. Moses, Amara, Emmanuel, and Dr. Rosa, doing the camera trap practicals and also how to do reference video making. We're getting ready for tomorrow as we're going to go to the field for 10 days to set up camera trap in 3 different locations with 3 teams. We survey the transect and take data and also do camera traps. For some transect we have 2 cameras, for some transect we have 1, and some transect we just have to resurvey.
Being one of the Wabile staff, we don't learn a lot today from yesterday to today concerning this camera trapping. We will go for 10 days.
I'm Eco Guard for Wabile. I have learned a lot. We are here for training how to set up camera trap, also with a transient land. I'm very happy for being Eco Guard for Wabile because I have a lot of experience now how to protect this land, and I know what to do and what not to do in the forest.
Due to the intervention of many projects like ECOD, Wabile, OKKPS, then we have started seeing some changes. So I think the community members also really appreciate the work of those projects that are bringing development in their chiefdoms in the name of protecting this particular conservation area. With also the community members are now ready full force to support those projects to see how best they can achieve their goal. And they are always thanking the donors that are giving their money to those projects to sponsor community members. Wabile also is now working along the Kilimi axis to Kuru. They also are now trying to see how best we can able to know the different type of animals that are in there. For the community members, they never know if we have chimpanzee or another elephant. Due to the effort of the Wabile and the OKKPS and ECOD, now community members have started knowing that yes, we have elephant, we have chimpanzee, we have leopard. Then this is the good things for the chiefdom, because this can encourage the tourism to be in the park and to do more investment. This also encourage the community members also to contribute to support the project, because they are seeing their children working with the project. And conservation is good because it creates more job for the youth, it creates more employment, more investment. So it will be good if this will continue for next 10 to 15 years. That can help the conservation area to be protected and the community members also to be feel part of the decision making.
my goodness. I haven't seen my money.
What sort of embarrassment is this?
No need for such embarrassment or stress anymore because instant payment is now in Sierra Leone. With a Salone payment switch, you can now make instant payments from your bank account or mobile money wallet to any bank account or mobile money wallet through your phone. No need to carry cash around or stand in line to make or receive payment from a bank account. When you send money to someone's bank account or mobile wallet, the person receives an alert on his or her mobile phone immediately. So, no more stress. Instant payment is here. For more information, contact your bank or mobile money operator. Salone Payment Switch. Fast, easy, safe.
A reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the Slbc.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the Slbc.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the Slbc, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the Slbc.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the Slbc. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching Slbc. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Slbc. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with Slbc to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Conditions on TV. This is the Slbc.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the Slbc, and this is the Slbc.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the Slbc. I am Tilikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Mahisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gipsy, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public squire, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbeko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
What up, African World? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. This video is a special Patreon request. So today, we'll be talking about the Mende people. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content. If you'd like access to full courses and sources, or you simply want to show your support, you may do so by clicking the Patreon link in the description box below. There are roughly 1.5 million Mende in Sierra Leone, mainly in the southeast, accounting for about 30% of the population, and approximately 30,000 in neighboring Liberia. Some scholars suggest that the Mende people originated from the Kingdom of Mali or Manden, amongst other Mende groups, but sometime in the 15th century they began moving southward, conquering other groups as they went. Others suggest that the Mende people were originally amongst a group of rogue soldiers from Mali called the Mani, who invaded the southern regions after Mali began to disintegrate. Mende origins aren't an exact historical science, if you will, but it does seem as though they were joined by other Mande-speaking peoples as they moved southward into Liberia. The arrival of Mande-speaking invaders from the north, together with an increase in population and the advantages of political and military alliances at the time of the slave trade, influenced the emerging Mende state system during the 18th century. By the late 19th century, there were approximately 70 Mende chieftaincies. Observers identified two types of Mende states, those defined territorially and those defined by loyalty to a particular ruler. In both cases, the authority of a ruler depended primarily on military prowess and the support of subordinate chiefs. Most Mende converted to either Christianity or Islam in the 19th century, but their traditional religion is still very strong. Traditional religion centers on the creator called Negwo, who is the supreme being, but he's also approached through the spirits of the ancestors. Interestingly enough, the original supreme being of the Mende was a female deity called Leva. She was supplanted by the male god Ngewo, and the two were blended into a single deity. According to one myth, there was a time when people forgot Ngewo, stopped praying to him, and neglected to make offerings to the ancestral spirits. Because of this, the people's lives changed for the worse, and illness and death came among them. One night, the people heard the voice of Leve telling them that they had to pray to Ngewo again and make offerings to the ancestors. When the people did so, their lives improved. In another myth about the origin of death, Ngewo sent a dog and a toad to humans to carry messages of life and death. The dog carried the message that people would not die, and the toad carried the message that death would come. Although both started out at the same time, the dog stopped in hope of getting some food from a woman, and the toad continued forward. The toad arrived first, saying to the humans that death would come. The dog arrived too late, unfortunately, and humans accepted the toad's message of death. Also in Mende religious belief, there are a number of lesser spirits called Hale, who are contacted through special mask societies. The main societies are the Poro and the Sande, who perform during major ceremonies such as circumcision and during planting seasons to help ensure abundant harvest. Other masked and secret societies include Humuai, which deals with sexual behavior, Njai, that deals with major illnesses, and Kapa, that deals with minor illnesses. In the 19th century, Christianity was spread from the coastal region where the British built new communities, such as Freetown, established in 1787, for freed slaves, both from the Americas and from captured slave ships. Islam was first introduced by Muslim traders from the interior. Islam spread quickly in the 20th century because it was seen as a form of resistance to the British. The Mende were a fierce group, and their early experience in warfare and expansion drove them in their resistance to European imperialism. After the British declared the Protectorate of Sierra Leone in 1896, thus assuming partial control over much of Mende territory, the Mende and the British came into conflict. Disputes over British authority and the so-called hut tax collection began in various parts of the Protectorate. The Mende particularly resented British attempts to restrict Mende control over the harvesting of palm oil. In April 1898, the Mende, organized by their Poro societies, rose and killed Europeans and Africans in European dress throughout their territory. The Mende became pretty popular during this time for their resistance. The 1997 film Amistad was based on a real court case dealing with the status of the Mende after they revolted on a slave ship. In 1839, 56 enslaved Mende, including 4 children, led by Slbc, rebelled and tried to force the crew to return them to Africa. The ship, however, was not built for a transatlantic voyage as they were located off the coast of Cuba. The crew deceptively kept the ship in U.S. waters until after some weeks it was captured by the U.S. Navy off Long Island. The ship and the people on board were taken to New Haven, Connecticut, where they were held and tried. The trial quickly became a cause for the American abolitionist movement. In the end, the Mende won the case and were returned to Africa. Slbc was said to have renounced his conversion to Christianity and severed any contact with the American Missionary Society. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Sierra Leone, a country that is known for its sandy beaches, natural resources, and friendly citizens. A country with so much untapped potential, but yet again, it's still one of the poorest countries in the world. Hi, my name is Ajani. I got nothing to say, you all I do got are my opinions. So my purpose of creating this channel is to bring people of African descent, people from Africa, people from all around the world that have African descent to come a little bit closer, right? So if you like videos like this, you're more than likely feel free to subscribe. So you can lay back, chill, drink some coffee, cocoa, whatever you like doing, and just watch this video. Who exactly are the Timni people? Well, unfortunately, most of the information online is very limited, which is not surprising at all, knowing damn well most of African history is either erased or they have been tainted. However, it is believed that the Timni people first migrated from the Fouta Djallon, which is now called Guinea. Looking at the map between Guinea and Sierra Leone, I think that checks out. The Timni people are known for being farmers, and they're normally found in the northern province of Sierra Leone. For an example, Cambia district, Potsloka district, which plays a huge role in the slave trade, Makeni, etc. Timni are highly creative people. As a matter of fact, while making this video, I came across some things I did not Now that we've listened to a piece of the audio, that should give you an idea of what the Timni people were, or what the Timni people are. You get what I mean? A lot of the time, people tend to not give enough credit to our ancestors, or people tend to have a very skewed mindset of what our ancestors were. So even though nowadays most Timnis are Muslim, back in the days, and I'm pretty sure even now some specific part of the Timni culture, they believe in gods, right? So one of the high gods is called Kuruma Saba, right? Doing my research, right, coming across that name automatically rings a tone. It just flips a light bulb in my head, because when I was young back in Sierra Leone, I used to remember some people used to use that name, Kuruma Saba. You get what I mean? So I'm pretty sure even nowadays, because I haven't been in Sierra Leone for a while, for a long time. So I'm pretty sure even nowadays there are people that still believe in the gods in Sierra Leone that are Temne.
Religious beliefs. The traditional Temne creator high god is Kuruma Saba, who, in judging the Temne, is thought to be kind, generous, just, and infallible. Kuruma Saba is never approached directly, only through patrilineal ancestors as intermediaries. These ancestors also judge their descendants. Sacrifices are offered to them to obtain help for the living. Various non-ancestral spirits, some regarded as good and helpful, others as mischievous and even vicious, also receive sacrifices and make agreements to help, or at least not to harm, the living. Temne also believe in witches, Rashir, individuals, both male and female, who can make victims fall idle, have an accident, or even die. The identity of a witch may be determined by several divinatory techniques, and once identified, can be countered by magical medicines. Especially useful are swearing medicines, which bring illness and death to an identified witch, thief, or other target. Borrowings from Islam and Christianity have altered many traditional beliefs during the 20th century.
So knowing the fact that life started in Africa, and every single African country that you go to, if you look back to their history, you will see that they were worshiping gods or they were worshiping spirits, or both, right? And knowing that Africans, we are all related, I'm a little bit curious as to how Sierra Leone, how Temnes Limba, Mende, Thimni, and all the other rest came to be. You get what I mean? Of course, there's stories of how what happened, but I'm a curious person. I always want to go a little bit further than that. I always want to go back and back and back. Of course, if we look deep enough, we are all related, which I'm not doubting at all. But I'm a little bit curious as to how far deep we can go, knowing that for the most part we might not go too deep because most of our history is either erased or the people that had the history that know the stories passed away.
Ceremonies. Ceremonies are held for most life stage transitions for both sexes. For women, circumcision, coming of age, initiation into the Bundu society, marriage, and giving birth are paramount. For men, circumcision, initiation into the Poro society, marriage, and fathering children are most important. The primary public ceremonies are those that mark the end of initiation of groups into Bundu and Poro, both for ordinary initiates and the rarer initiation of officials, and those that are part of the installation or burial of a chief. The principal Christian and Muslim holidays are also marked by ceremonies, e.g. Christmas and the end of Ramadan.
That will be the end of this video. And if I would have to summarize this video or want you to learn anything from this video, is that you should always do research on who you are, where your ancestors are from, what they used to do. I think that brings some more of a peace of mind to you. So I'm pretty sure people saw, if this video ended up doing well, I'm pretty sure there's someone that is in the diaspora, let's say African American, a Caribbean, somewhere, that ended up finding out their true background has to do something with the Thimni people, right? And I hope this video shed some type of light into it. But the thing is that most of our history is lost, but yet again, that doesn't mean that we should not be searching for it. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys liked the video. This video is very short, but I will see you guys when I see you guys. Make sure you guys leave a like and subscribe just so you guys can support. Peace out.
Groups like the Venda and speak their languages, but they maintain their origins do not lie in Africa.
I mean, as I grew up, we were told that we traveled from Judea, settled in Yemen for quite a number of years. Then we crossed into Africa. And of course, that is why we're called Lemba. Although we're black Jews, but immediately we entered Africa, then we're known as the Lemba.
The Lemba is a group with a very strong cultural identity and practices unlike that of other groups around them.
They maintain traditions which are significantly different from the traditions respected by most of the tribes in Central and Southern Africa.
Tudor Parfitt is a historian who has devoted his life to studying Judaizing groups all over the world. He's associated with the School for African and Oriental Studies in London, but lives in southern France. He's lived with the Lemba and has written several books about them. He's found that the Lemba have many practices and traditions that are more Israelite than African.
We carried the beliefs and the practices from the past with us. And we never relinquished our practices even when we were in Africa.
Professor Magda Leroux of UNISA has also lived among the Lemba and has written a book about them. She specifically researched the Lemba's Jewish Israelite-like customs and traditions.
My main purpose was to investigate the oral traditions and to compare them with the Old Testament traditions and their customs. And it was fascinating to me to discover that their way of celebrating the new moon is even older than that of the Jewish people today. And it's interesting that the Lemba still have the pre-Talmudic way of celebrating the new moon. And that is traceable.
So, Makdal believes that the Lemba have many practices that point to an ancient Israelite origin.
That has been confirmed also through our practices. The fact that we don't partake of pork, the fact that we get circumcised at a very young age, and there would be rituals which would be held immediately after circumcision, which we continue to do now. But the slaughtering, what we do is we use kosher. And the way you cut the animal, you must cut it once so that immediately it actually dies. And of course it must bleed. And bleeding has got to do with purification of the meat that you are going to eat.
All of these customs closely resemble ancient Israelite practices and have made them distinct from other black groups. Throughout history, they've been commented upon by early Arab traders centuries ago and by more recent European explorers who came into contact with them. They're also known as Kruger's Jews because as a group they had a good relationship with President Paul Kruger. They've also been called the Black Jews of Southern Africa. But how seriously can one take their oral traditions that claim they are descendants of ancient Israel who have journeyed from Jerusalem to the Yemen and then later on into Africa?
I decided to take them seriously. You know, I mean, it's difficult for our Western mind to believe those kind of things, you know, if you can't prove it. But even with proof, it's difficult for some people to believe.
Nobody believed in their story. Certainly the local Jews did not believe in their story, and most of them still do not. The whites among whom they lived didn't really believe in their story.
While there was doubt about the Lemba's claims, serious research into their practices and traditions continued. In the 1980s, their music was analyzed by Professor Margaret Nabarro, and she concluded that at some stage they had contact with the Middle East. Magda Leroux studied their cultural practices intensely for many years and concluded that they showed remarkable similarities to ancient Israel. Further indications that the Lemba indeed had contact with the Yemen, just like they had claimed, was found by Tudor Parfitt. On a trip to Yemen, he traveled with a local guide.
And I told him about my research with the Lemba and how they claim to be from a place called Senna. And he clapped his hands together and said, "I know where that is." And he brought out an ancient map of the Hadramaut. And indeed, right at the end of the Wadi, there was this place called Senna. So the next day, went with the Mukhtar in a jeep right to the end of the Wadi. We found this place. There are still people living there. And then we discovered that a whole range of local tribal names were exactly the same as the tribal names of the Lemba.
All of this was really intriguing, but far from proof of their claims. Then, cutting-edge science got involved. In the late 1990s, DNA analysis became available, and Professor Trevor Jenkins at Wits decided to do a DNA study on some Lemba men. They were astounded at the results.
The patterns on over 50% of their Y chromosomes were much more closely related to Semitic people than they were to peoples of Africa, in particular the Bantu-speaking peoples amongst whom they lived. The genetic findings are highly compatible with their claims that some of their ancestors, we would now say male ancestors, have indeed come from the Middle East.
Within a few years, more sophisticated DNA analyses were done, and Tudor Parfitt and Magda Leroux collected the DNA of 136 male Lembas.
They were compared with a whole range of African samples and, of course, a whole range of Jewish samples from different parts of the world. It was a very major study.
Again, the DNA was analysed, this time in London by geneticist Neil Bradman.
What we found specifically is that this Cohen modal haplotype, the type of chromosome that is found at high frequency, large numbers, in Jewish priests, was present in a particular clan of the Lemba, the Buba, where it's at a frequency of a similar amount, about 50%. So what we're saying is that the genetic data actually supports the oral history, not what one might have thought would be more likely, refutes the oral history.
So, the DNA analysis supported the idea that the Lemba were not only related to ancient Israelites, but that one of their clans is actually related to Israelite priests.
We did a new collection last year where Jewish populations throughout the world were scrutinized using the whole genome. And what it shows is that they form part of the same cluster of populations as the ancestors of the Jews. Its people came from the eastern end of the Mediterranean. These were the ancestors of the Lemba.
These results have shown that the oral traditions of the Lemba were remarkably accurate, even down to the number of Lemba men who came into southern Africa.
Trevor Jenkins maintains that it's possible more or less to say how many of the Lemba arrived in Africa. So in other words, the founding group in Africa, according to him, is some 7 or 8 people. According to the oral tradition of the Lemba, there were 15 men in a boat. Half were lost or went to the north, and the other half came into Zimbabwe and then down into South Africa eventually. So even the figures of the number of people in the boat that arrived in Africa are confirmed by genetics.
The accuracy of the Lemba stories also changed the way scholars look at the durability of oral traditions.
While modern scholars in Europe, for instance, would reckon the Old Testament traditions that it couldn't last longer than about 100 years. Oral traditions in Africa can last more than 1,000 years.
But the Lemba not only have remarkably accurate traditions about their origins, they have another tradition, an intriguing tradition, about being the custodians of one of the most sought-after objects in history, the mysterious lost Ark of the Covenant. Modern science has supported the claims of an age-old oral tradition of a peculiar group of people in southern Africa. They've claimed since time immemorial that they are descended from ancient Israel and that they journeyed first to a place called Senna in Yemen and then to southern Africa where they settled. Remarkably, a number of DNA studies confirmed these oral traditions to a significant degree. But the Lemba have another intriguing and ancient oral tradition, a tradition about their involvement with the legendary Ark of the Covenant. Joe Rawlinga grew up with this tradition.
We traveled from Yemen into Africa, traveled from the north and came into southern Africa. And indeed, we carried the Ark, which was a holy drum, and I think it still remains holy now.
The Lemba refer to this object they identify with the Ark as the Ngoma Lungundu, the drum of God. When Tudor Parfitt lived with the Lemba in Zimbabwe, he also encountered stories about the Lemba and the Ark.
After my first journey through Africa, trying to determine the origins and the roots of the Lemba, I wrote my first book on them. And in it I mentioned the traditions of the Ngoma Lungundu, which comes from an Arabic source. And so in this particular case, a medieval traveller views a group of people travelling south, and they are carrying a mighty drum, and it is referred to by the name of Arahim. Now, Arahim could be Arabic, sounds like it might be Arabic for the all-merciful, one of the names of God. It could also be a slight transformation of the Hebrew word for God, which is Elohim. L and R are often transposed, so it could be a different form of Elohim.
Elohim is the Hebrew word used to refer to God, and Parfit says that if this is the case, men carrying the object clearly had to have some connection with ancient Israel. Magda learnt about the traditions of the Ngoma Lungundu from the Lemba themselves.
And they told me, yes, we were the carriers of the Ngoma Lungundu. The priestly family of the Lemba, the Buba, the Kohanim, they were the carriers of the Ngoma Lungundu, and they carried it from the east coast of Africa southwards into Africa.
Richard Wade is an astronomer and historian with a special interest in the Lemba. He also came across a tradition linking the Lemba and the Ngoma Lungundu with remarkable parallels to the stories about the Ark of the Covenant.
As they go south, they meet different people who are hostile, and they incorporate the people simply by beating the drum, and the people die and they are killed. The drum would be used in the same way as the biblical Ark of the Covenant.
Reports about this strange object have been circulating for many years, and early European explorers in the area of southern Africa have also commented on it.
The earliest story that I could get about the Ngoma Lungundu was recorded by von Sickert in 1952. He was a missionary who worked among the Lemba people in Zimbabwe, and he actually observed the similarities between the Ark of the Covenant and the Ngoma Lungundu. That was in the 1950s.
He really did know them, he lived with them, he spoke the language, he wrote a good deal about their traditions.
Some of the oral traditions of the other tribes in southern Africa also point to the Lemba being custodians of a very special object. At the Zata Ruins Museum, the curator Mpoti Khosi says the Lemba and Venda ancestors met up in Central Africa and journeyed together to southern Africa. With them came the Ngoma Lungundu, and only the Lemba priests were allowed to carry it.
So they were given instructions on how to treat this drum, because it was not supposed to touch the ground. If it touches the ground, great calamities will happen to that community, and they were not supposed to touch it with their bare hands. Even the Balemba who were chosen to carry it, if you touch it, you die instantly. So this drum had magic. So they were given the drum in order to protect them when they were moving from Central Africa to the south until they arrived here. So if they meet the enemies on the way, they will beat it once. They had a person called the high priest, Zomoladzim, who was responsible for carrying the messages from the gods to the people. So he was the one who was responsible for beating the drum if they meet the enemies on the way. So if he beat the drum once, the enemies will fall asleep. And then the other thing is that if they have drought when they are on the way, the high priest will beat it 5 times, and then rain will start pouring at the same time.
So an independent tradition from within the Venda people also confirms the existence of an object, perhaps drum-like, that was carried only by Lemba priests and which functioned much like the Ark of the Covenant. But how feasible are the stories about linking the Lemba and the Ark of the Covenant? Tudor Parfit has devoted much of his academic career researching the Lemba traditions and the possibility that they possessed the Ark. Over the years, he's developed a special relationship with the Lemba.
I was actually commissioned by Mativa, who was then the indisputable head of the Lemba, to find the Ngoma. And so that became an obsession.
According to the Bible, the Ark was created by Moses and helped the Israelites through many wars. It eventually ended up in the Temple of Solomon. That's the last we read of the Ark in the Bible. But what did the Ark look like? There are actually 2 depictions of the Ark in the Bible.
There are 2 quite different traditions in the Bible. One from the book of Exodus, which describes the Ark as being of a specific rectangular shape with a golden roof, so to speak, with cherubim on it. And the other one is a simple wooden object made from the acacia tree that was carved and fashioned by Moses.
This latter description is the oldest. In the desert, Moses was commanded to quickly fashion all by himself a holder for the broken tablets. It couldn't have involved sophisticated woodwork.
Well, what you have is some kind of receptacle that you could put the stone tablets in, and that's it, made by Moses with a penknife. Now, that doesn't look very dissimilar from the Ngoma.
Parfitt is convinced that the description of the ark as a well-manufactured, gold-plated object with the cherubim on top is how later generations depicted it. In the desert, Moses had hewn the ark from an acacia tree. It's described as a simple wooden vessel.
It wasn't that big. I would say it depends upon what length you give the cubit, but it's something like that. Long and something like about that high and about that wide, that sort of thing. It's a bit like a big suitcase. It had to be big enough to accommodate the tablets, and it was only made of wood.
Other sources, both biblical and extra-biblical, describe the ark as having some kind of function related to music, perhaps a drum or other percussion instrument.
According to the biblical account, the ark was covered over with a leather that was taken from the back of a sea mammal that's to be found on the shores of the Red Sea to this very day, something like a large seal. And you know, when you've got a wooden object and it's covered over with a leather, you immediately start thinking of a drum. That's what a drum is. It seemed to me that there is some suggestion in the biblical text that the ark was actually a kind of musical instrument, as it was a kind of weapon. But we don't know. All we have is the text. But we know, for instance, that people danced in front of it. David did. We know that it formed part of a musical procession around the walls of Jericho. It was preceded by trumpets. Well, perhaps it was some kind of a musical instrument. It was also a weapon, and the Ngoma similarly was a musical instrument, and it was also a weapon.
Whatever the ark looked like, it's believed to have vanished sometime in the 6th century BCE, at the time of the Babylonian capture of Jerusalem. It's never mentioned in the Bible again. However, many believe that the ark was spirited out of Jerusalem by the priests to protect it and to ensure that it didn't fall into the hands of the enemy. This is supported by the fact that the Babylonians, who were known to always carefully list the spoils of war, never mentioned that they found or captured the ark in Jerusalem. If the ark was spirited away, where could it have been taken to? There have been many theories about this, and Tudor Parfitt has examined them all. A well-supported theory is that it's in a church in Aksum in Ethiopia. However, Parfitt dismisses this possibility.
A lot of Ethiopians believe that the ark is there, but nobody has seen the ark because nobody is allowed to see the ark. Now, it just so happens that a certain Professor Edward Ullendorf, who was the professor of Ethiopian languages at the University of London, and with whom I worked for some years, was an officer in Ethiopia during the Second World War, and he was in Aksum, went to the church where the ark is supposed to have been, the church which nobody is allowed to enter, but then with the dignity of a British Army uniform on his back, he went in, he saw the ark, and as one of the greatest authorities on Ethiopia in the 20th century, declared unequivocally, this is not old, this has nothing to do with the Ark of the Covenant.
Furthermore, the claims that the ark is there in Ethiopia are also relatively recent.
There is no evidence at all that it's in Ethiopia, and all the work that's been done demonstrates without any doubt at all that in the medieval period there was no tradition of the ark being in Ethiopia.
Parfitt also examined claims that the ark had been taken to Elephantine in Egypt, but couldn't find any solid evidence that it was ever taken there. at
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation.
While the frequency of buildings collapsing and fire accidents are growing at an alarming
Juba vima nyame ya miltina kama gongama. Kepebe gali unveli nyagwa na gofu mavi kumisi ya kutumawi. Talk National Telecommunication tukwa na tijia govia tuwe na we are free money kebe na orange money. Be jifa tijia manuga siya mango tijia la. Tayo fele game ya Jia nawe salon babitama nawe Agriculture Research Institute tukwa na tatu nikita gona nugama nawe niki yeni na game nawe tatu slinet ye felege Chicago ye kagata for haba masi wa mavibe gama kegbe na go chokove mpanda abava National Telecommunication Authority tuwa na Jia nawe operator game ati tuwa na titi ya gwenga gbeye jifa siati Jia wingama anugasia nawe afi money kebe na orange money tidi ana kamango tina vitave nawe yejike agu billion ya navo wofi hunwe ta gbeye jifa ti yege ma anugasia mango ti yege na fipanda ta ye kolo amujita tite lo ta ke ni dejisia nawe ti damalukuma ti kuima klobeva ta sia mango ti yege la kongo etu fonu gase ma nawe tu gonwane gege ingisi atiama ta sia ta yege la ta ti de lo na ke ye kolo amujita jamba ma titu gowe via tatue ta ke telecommunication itia tia ti bima blame ati ta tia ma kungo ti dejisia la kuma pada no ba mi si abako we to go to la pitefa to no na director general we consumer care corporate affairs department National Telecommunication Authority Aduben Fode egule na ta ede ye dejisi ati ye ti ye gisia ye plagaga na poto ye ta kungo vi na no ga ti fe ma kungo evati ya ka ingetifa ta si alo jili magloma nuka na we tijike tia yepema tijike botoba tia yepema kolongo do we se ma na we tia la pesi ama to ka tia ma mo we ma ko we tia na we te pe ma ide si aba ko we tikiya we talolo mi ko we tugu ti ende ji se ati ala lo ko ma vi pada ta tugu lo na to papanga ke ye pe ji se ati ye pe klo beba ta wango afawe nu ga si agama ta ye ende ji go lo ahun jira tugu lo na ti ga pele ko we tugu ti da lo ko ma vi pada ta ju go lo ahun jun lo Economic Community West African State ECOWAS akutumawe tugo na tun gbatata gbo agitia gbe ko we tuto ke ye peleke dile tata na ka diploma indetia ta ye de digolo ahun jita tide lota ko ye de jiti atili lo da ko we tuto ke ndesi ati atugo ati na lokuma kiana na bodesia mwi mana pa alagba bitama Jia nawe balagba bibla mi ati nawe Sierra Leone Agriculture Research Institute SLAR tuko na ta ti dia na ki na nawe tuko na ta ye ni ki jita tuko na ko we nu ga tuko tiga yege ta o ke gbe ye jia nawe ta pala ni ki jisa ti ye ga yege modani ki nawe ko bi ni kile ta ma ti ye ga yege kenan gbe ti dia na keye ni ki gi na we tu wala awa apo mata o ni ki ni na mia na we magumaga yege wi pada wo ta si ala ojibi magloma kako ni de tamake coffee de ke we na be kushigba bi tama tuko na ta ti ye pia kolungo inde se makowe tugu tutalu kuma ta ye de ji se amango tugu tutalu kuma kungwe tuga be tawie kowe kakawi coffee ke kushita kowe ta ye bata aguila lukuma vi pada no gasia ba ta ye de jigolo amujista tede lo ke ti ye ndesia tugo na ta ti agbe pe mata ti aga bebe ma kowe ye de jisia ti atugo ti la lukuma dia ba na we to pa yin se ma ti atugo ti na fire tajo ta o si ala mu imala tugo na ta ti ye piana kologo lo kakawi bata ma ta ke ye bata sia mangota ala lukuma do edita ta ye de disia ti atugulo na ti de pala platia ti atugufu ina bo ma na we ti level de sia ta guta lu glo ma vita ta ke de dita ti de lo na ke kugwe ko we ti e wo to ya ma ko we de sia ti atugutu la lukuma ta ji bi ma blati na we sa ogba mi ma to go na ta ti da lukuma ko we de sia ti atugutu jawo bonese aye ke magemia a Ministry of Trade and Industry na we ji atina afi go ide si afa ye wewe ka ye chemesia na we ta ti le asnida to go na ta ti dia na ko we de si ati atuguta la lokuma to ye o to ya mi ade na we bi ma blasia mi atie North East region ta o kati guilo na ti ye pe kologo inde se ma se ani ko mo validity kasu ko taun ye de ti se ape na we awa apo ma ta o si ata sawa inde se ati atugo atati da lokuma 2024 kebe na simida jawe 2016 tawa mi amakeni jike goye kaga tame hago fela mma kepe na ga ali nyagwa kufobo mma ave egumisi akutuma we na se na bepe manene bobo kima ke gugulo ge yepe kologo National Telecommunication Authority tugo na ta tuga go ewia jaga na o ti afi money ka orange money be ti gigiye ma anati afi pada na we na ilukuma ta ya mabo Sierra Leone Agriculture Research Institute akutuma we tugo na ta tida lukuma kolongo nikiji ma natu wetu ala ta gongo ele nikiye pikezema to indala go lukuma to kegbe jia nawe ti pabita ma niki ovena ma tuga gongo ti jime have gumisiale bondesi anya go fo ma have ya bi mi amiltina kama habe bon tenevuima go jam hawe yepuma yetama ke amalo nyanga ve mawe
Maser makata sumo intaga service Agnes duba turena bena sistema ser mamba kero inti mena tepeta kwa gerenta gende kage Hukpone te beni mbaga bia bini wali ta kompinta ga mobile tanka kwege kukumba minde dunkun kasi ba ka ta kompita ta tantambang kompi udo mebinde ana Orange imbi afri sel ba ma wali ma binde nima kanon ka karanton kan di kobre mbiga bien ka kobre mbinginda bin ka punko ni bin awa hukpone te beni mbaga tito abano beni mbaga huyo ana on kai ga ko tsogo udo mebinde on ka opuruto na slagi binde tepe bado mana binde duga sisa mandere mangama mandere mamambang mide do mena slinots -2 awan mandere mamamba na mena sisi binde ka kwegenku beni mamamba beni bahena benki kende kage dongo bempo na kuya edita masiri ma okunte ya Agnes Dubatsure okpo do me binde hana National Telecommunications Authority binde nekte beni baga mobile beni baga punkia ka kwegen ko kan kalen kina on kai uyo hoi mede dunkun kasi ga okpo do me binde na Afrimoni mene okpo do mo na Orange Money bia bembembang kasi baga billion lion unte kobro ngamao ba no na de tepe binde badoma na bigon ton kanina hulubaga bien mine tame ba seitale simbi kenemen awa helen mo wali ma keneme na binde menni na utaketani yo hoi umbaga na binde ponko binde tepe badoma na kasi bamba dukunuba kata kompin tantambang ba na bikote badoma ka maoma wona kao dona de sati moba ni wali mobile mbi ka kwege ndo kwege so mene bia bemba mene kinka ni wali te mobile mbi rebe tete nda bigon tunkumba nta usabinde kutu usabinde dukunu ana binde ponko e wonte o de nan akotoko ba paudo me binde ana National Telecommunication Authority inde tepe ba do mana okpo amba director benana ka odomo na Abdul Ben Fodi endete pabado manata competent forma bininkula na bado mabigoni wali makolo bakata kwegen ko kakotoi nagere na ma datete binde kutuma na bide tanketanya mawali mayohoi ba bia binka kwegen ko kama oma kana kutenda tete binde nona bungemba na tanke benti tu na tanke henyo tayo mataga mpati ka bungemba bamba umba sisi petemba mandi kata mataga pia bidunge benti ka kepdo kage awa bia bi boy bidunge paramba tretin bemba bidogo kondi matomba domana bungemba bamba bentanki tu nene ka kepdo kage bigonti ba halgono na bia biga kotogo iga beni baga yeno bungemba ba bibese edita banona bonge mbamba na be yehinu hokpo hunte udo mebinde hana ECOWAS bona hu nga kwege nga hagwandi nga se nga yuge kune gubena na binde segata bante ba halgo ba sisinwa ba una kobri ba mase hokko metu ga bi jaman be ham bide bina dongo e detagata bante ba nona binde sisegu mase kanga kwege nga ngamba nga yuge kune gunkumba mba dukuna mase nga kwege nga benana awa hupa onete bati toa beni baga mutuni munka kwege kokomba hudo mebine ona Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute slagi go porto turoi minde bina tepe bato mana bide duga hunta mandere mangama mase mandere mama ba mide do mena slinots mandere ba mamba mandere mena ma dete binde ano na won sisi uka ko togo go kwege kuga by walimbiga kwege kokomba awane tepe bado mana mandere mama mbansa usemeha mego mase umandi banona kwege kokaiga kotogoi bade takai banombe baga kogo kofio mene mason kama na mene wali uyohoi minde bohe makutande mama mbambi ne simo go badoma na bikinda ina tentakelinta tigi binde gatabante ta binde babu habani wali ba halgo nona bebaga kogo kofio mene mason kama na meni wali imbo bo wali biga kwege kukumba ba kutamuno hamba benana kama wali ma binde nima halin tumba de takare ga beni ba nona kogo na molo ni ba kene memba na bendenko na wali mbiga bini wali kogo mbe na binde kutemuna hamba bena na biya ko towa be kadet sege ma wali mama mbambe bohe makutande imba wali ba no na binde donge gata bante ba de tota kele ba na sa binde ga ne wali ba purudu binde tana kutamuna hamba bena na awa kwege ngaga bia bibole binde dongo gata bante binde tsepe ba do ma bigon tetika ga beni ba ga molo ni ba ga kogo ba no na nkaiga kotso huna binde sega tabante imbia biga Côte d'Ivoire menega bia biga salo ba de takai ba no na binde ni wali yonko ba wali biga kogo mbe na binde kutemuna ba benana batalano itebe ni baga poni ba on binde bina tunkuno ande bia bi ni poni ba na kpetipeti ko yenga ngahagwande titanda kwegen kokomba podo mebina na smida binde sega tabante ba makutsande imba kalani ka do mebindega na northeast region tonde na ka batiti ni benka imba pusu benka banona binde dete tabante ba halgono na kwegen konkaiga kotoega bambali ka kansulo tante on kende awana tembinde ga magbema minde tepe ba doma naga tage naga kutebinde ba doma na bia bi boy bi ni poni ba na patipati ba bi kinkene bi mandi huna bi gondongo ba de takari katoni sirani ba boy binde ba ni wali ba halgo be ba ga poni ba na be kai ga kotoy tena pe masirma kerbe helen ka ke gomina tepe takbaga den tale de kari bukpo donge ba de tege ma wali ma ga ta kompinta ka kwegen ko komba do me binde on ka hopuruto na National Telecommunication Authority binde du ni kasi ba mandinka Afri money mene orange money awa hukpo hune ite ba titwa ba benimbaga huyo ya hamba na hunkaiga koto do me binde ho na Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute slagi o proto troy binde duga sisa mandere mandere mama ma kote binde ba do mana megon duga sisa munaha ka kwegen ko kumba in kata he mataga ba wali biga kwegen ko tena pe masirma ya nda Agnes Zubature inga bina handondo in katene usiu alugala nyami hura inga ga tebina tuma
Salon Broadcasting Corporation non-attempt for use na Creole force cementing them inside the news. The National Telecommunication Authority don't find Afri money and orange money for second Kenema way how the business then done the among people. And the Salon Agricultural Research Institute, where they can call Slbc, don't pull na do one new granite na Salonia so where they call Slnot. That time the maintenance inside use, me na omobaka with the full use. The National Telecommunication Authority don't find the work where Afri money and orange money they do. Couple way na 1 billion olios for second the Kenema way how they been on to do the work them without the not get license and self the kind way how the work them they come out for people where people say and say the condition not too good. Not to new things say the Kenema way how things they carry on now na the wall mobile network work the way they do important for all man but for make them able for do this wire so and the Kenema work them way they do where people they see and say now in the interest of public this being plenty people on the grumble. And for sake of this, make the National Telecommunication Authority be on one meeting so and talk to the public then, but it Kenema way how telecommunication business they carry on now the country and the urgent need where they for make the mobile company they make their network then strong for people they may they enjoy them. According to the Director for Customer and Corporate Affairs Department, National Telecommunication Authority, Abdul Ben Fode, he said the mobile network operator they play important role na digital space, but he talk about the need where they for make them go with waiting the law say where go make people and get value for their money them. For sake the plenty petroleum where they na Freetown where not just the Hamburg people where they work, but same way so the Hamburg people where they use the motorcar as plenty motorcar in the Hamburg. The road them where they na the central na Freetown here, so don't draw plenty people attention as plenty for them road there, so na Freetown here get plenty pothole them. This why so na the reason we make the people they call for let the one they were before for make road business going for team up Tranga one and solve them problem there, so where they Hamburg people and sell people motorcar them. The Economic Community for West African States, ECOWAS, don't pull na do the Fund for Regional Stabilization and Development. This why so na one way na the German government puts on under for make them push go before thing them go help people and life them and self make people and couple business grow na the region. Now for use inside agriculture. The Salon Agricultural Research Institute Slagi don't pull and do the new granite na salon where they call Slnot 2. According to Master Sabi people, this granite are so a difference there from the normal granite where salon people be sabi way farmer them don't they use, and this way so them believe say now one way good and safe go with the kind of weather them where they now and go help planting them and in size plenty thing and they with different para. Cocoa, coffee and cashew the kind of way how they know they make them, and for monitor the kind of work them where they know they do and how people they do their work there, so for like come on find machine there where they go carry it where go get for the can monitor them. They believe say if they make them thing and they for camp for let them for monitor the kind of way how they make cocoa, coffee and cashew, it go up the kind of way self how they packet them where go make people where they para kind business they themselves go see waiting and they work for. As we know, Emmanuel Samoa Bingo Waka and Fenot more. It being get for the part of one workshop, also them bring together big people we get Master Sabi for let the all can sit down and put word them together where they all go use for make to them we go help for make them able for monitor the kind of way how they make cocoa, cashew and cacao. For second waiting and non fenot for the way how they price cocoa business and serve the thing the way they use for make cocoa na salon don't show say need there for let them carry with law them we go help per machine them where they go use for the price cocoa for make the farmer them where they do their work there so themselves they will benefit from waiting then they do so that they will for see them couple them where they can put. Even though government don't map Tranga one say them will support the farmer them for let themselves go able for plant and they see better farming work their way than they do. The Trust Africa being come together and fenot but thing they way them for do and how them for the price and the machine they way them for use for do them thing they also for cocoa na Côte d'Ivoire and salon. Ibrahim Samoa be fenot usai them go get na one meeting usai them call different people when a Master Sabi people and self people where day before for them kind of a thing and they for let all go down and talk about how them for the price cocoa and self thing they them for the do for make cocoa so that the work that with the farmer then they do go all water for them. The Ministry for Trade and Industry and the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency don't want to the meeting also then call big alejo them where they all go meet up na the northeast region. This why also been na the Bombali District Council all when a part of the thing they went for do for let able for get word from people in a different parts them na the country as dem dey try for look inside the law wey dem bin get when am in 2014 SME law and sef the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency Act wey dem bin pull na inside 2016. All this one also bin be inside Makeni. Fambula only to get them for inside use, but before I go, remember you back say the National Telecommunication Authority don't find Afri-Cell and Afri money and Orange money for second the carnival way how they know they do them work them this BNTM. And the Salon Agricultural Research Institute Slagi don't pull na new granite where them call the Slnot 2. Now only to get them for inside use, me don't bring and come to you. My name na Umubakari.
In the trans-Saharan trade, but the slave trade most likely began much earlier, with North African merchants selling sub-Saharan slaves across the Mediterranean. Though we don't know much about the kings of this empire, we know the capital was at Kumbi Saleh. Kings ruled by divine right, and were aided by an aristocratic class made up of heads of the different clans. They each ruled different areas, where they collected taxes and maintained order. The king was to maintain order in the whole empire, and also acted as a judge in internal disputes. The state religion was traditional African beliefs, but over time Islam would enter the region through the Berber merchants from the north. The Islamization of West Africa began slowly, with individual merchants converting. By the start of the new millennium, the Gao Empire, a newer empire established in the 800s in eastern Mali, was the first in the region to adopt Islam as the state religion. The Ghana Empire adopted Islam in 1050. The empire lasted for almost 1,000 years, but was weakened by constant wars with the Berbers. Once trading routes shifted east, the empire would lose economic hegemony as well. Ghana continued to decline, and was eventually dissolved by the 1200s. Newer states would coalesce in West Africa after the decline of Ghana, including smaller city-states like in Horsaland in northern Nigeria, and states like Kanem Bornu and Gao, which would develop into the enormous empire of Songhai at the end of the medieval period. But the most powerful successor to Ghana would be the Mali Empire, established in 1230. Extending from the West African coast, all the way inland, it encompassed the former Ghana capital of Kumbi Saleh, as well as the important trading cities of Gao and Jenne, all along the Niger River. They continued the gold trade that made the preceding Ghana Empire wealthy, but also relied more on farming, as they had access to more moist farmland. The political rulers were known as Mansa, and also acted as the religious authority. The trading, and most of the rest of commerce, was done in the bigger cities. This was led by the merchants, many of whom had converted to Islam. This was the Mali Empire's official state religion, although the rural regions kept the indigenous African traditions. The empire was one of the wealthiest states in the world during the late medieval period, and it's thought that one of its kings, Mansa Musa, was the wealthiest man to have ever lived. Mansa Musa also strengthened Islam in the empire, building mosques and bringing in scholars for Quranic studies. One of the most interesting cities to develop under Mali was the city of Timbuktu. It was founded earlier around 1100, as a caravan camp for Berber merchants and traders. Under Mansa Musa and the Mali Empire, the city became the biggest cultural center in West Africa. To the south of these West African kingdoms would be the wetter climates, home to a wide variety of states based around the tropical forests. By the modern age, this region would include the Ashanti Empire, primarily located in present-day Ghana. The Kingdom of Dahomey, in present-day Benin, known for their female warriors, and the kingdom's later role in the transatlantic slave trade. The Oyo Empire, the most powerful Yoruba state, known for their cavalry. The Kingdom of Benin, established by the Edo, in southern Nigeria, and the states of Igboland, including the Kingdom of Enri, and its famous bronze artifacts dating to the 9th century. Central and Southern Africa would remain relatively stable throughout the medieval period. While there were no large empires in these regions during the ancient period, there were many non-centralized societies, ruled by local chieftains. During the medieval period, some of these societies began to coalesce into larger states. Heading south from the major West African empires, in the Congo River Valley, two new kingdoms would emerge in these rich fertile lands. The Kingdom of Luba emerged from the preceding Luba culture, and had a centralized government, with appointed governors who collected tribute from the village locals. To the west, the Kingdom of Congo would also form, near the Congo River. Both would grow quite powerful over time, as they were the main polities in the region, and expanded to overtake the local pastoralist and small farmers to the south. Still further to the south and east, in the grasslands near the Zambezi River, more Bantu speakers thrived through farming, herding, and trade. The villages here were built surrounded by walls, mainly to protect their animals during the night. This was characterized by the Zimbabwe, a Bantu word meaning stone house, a society based on a plateau between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers. It is thought that the ruins of Great Zimbabwe was the capital of this powerful kingdom. Its location was between gold reserves to the west, and a river for trading to the east. During the late medieval, Zimbabwe was the most prosperous state in southern Africa, and was a major player in trade with the Swahili city-states on the coast. Great Zimbabwe rested on a hill, surrounded by its famous stone walls, and could have held more than 10,000 residents. Houses of the upper classes were built with stone and cement. The royal palace was also surrounded by large stone walls. Gold and copper ornaments have been found here, along with porcelain imported from as far away as China. Zimbabwe most likely became wealthy through their ownership of cattle and the taxes imposed on the gold passing through their region. It appears that during the 1400s, Great Zimbabwe was abandoned, most likely because of environmental factors or overgrazing. African history has been difficult to fathom because many of their language families had no writing systems, so we have had to rely on foreign visitors to Africa to report on it, like Ibn Battuta. Furthermore, the rich oral traditions have been cut short because of the coming imperialism. Still though, modern historians are finding out more about the vast and varied African societies in this second largest continent, and not just the histories of its regions, states, and kingdoms, but deeper information about its societies, cultures, and lifestyles. Africa, unfortunately, is still seen as a monolith, but it was not only a diverse continent, it was arguably the most diverse in history. While we've mentioned many of the major states, it is estimated that the continent was home to over 10,000 distinct societies, each with their own cultures and traditions. Ancient Africa was home to 4 major language families, like the Niger-Congo in the west. This included the Bantu language family, which spread all throughout the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, and the Mande speakers in the west. The Nilo-Saharan language family included the Nubians and other Sudanic cultures near the Nile. The Afro-Asiatic language family dominated the Sahara, and included Semitic languages, Berber, Egyptian, and Cushitic. In the very south was the Khoisan, speaking 3 language families. Many African urban centers began like in the rest of the world, small towns that were walled off, and then small villages ruled by a single clan. These villages grew into larger towns with division of labor and a center of government, with different clans sharing the city, each ruling their own districts. In the West African kingdoms, the major towns and cities were based around the royal districts. Unlike other cultures of the time, the African kings weren't an untouchable divine presence. African kings would often hold council with the local communities in order to hear grievances or hold festivals for foreign visitors. Though the kings were more open and accessible, they were still well guarded by a retinue of armed guards, and lived a life of extravagance in large palaces. There was a mutually beneficial relationship between the kings and nobles, and the merchant class. The merchants provided the taxes for the king, and were granted special favors. In East Africa, there were also kings, but these were more merchants than rulers, and presided more over their city-state through wealth than by force. Most Africans lived in smaller rural villages though, away from the splendor of the palaces, or the bustling thrill of the urban markets. The rural Africans lived a more simple life, based on their immediate family. This usually included parents and their young children, and sometimes grandparents as well. Houses were mostly just thatched mud huts, inhabited by the whole family. The families were in turn part of larger kinship groups. The kinship groups acted like they did in other societies, and elders were generally the most respected and controlled most aspects of the clan. In African society, women often worked the fields, and mothers were valued for their contribution to the population. Men either went on hunting expeditions, or tended to the cattle. In Islamic communities in Africa, polygyny was practiced, but also occurred in some non-Islamic regions. The main difference between men and women in Africa compared to other contemporary societies was that lineage was matrilinear. It was traced through mothers and daughters, and inheritances were generally given to daughters, or the sons of a man's sister, rather than his own sons. Muslim traveler Ibn Battuta wrote of how women never veil themselves, and have male friends outside of their marriages, a controversial practice back home in the Maghreb. After asking his African acquaintance why they give women so much more freedom, he replied that there is nothing suspicious about a man and woman being friends, and that to think otherwise is suspicious in itself, suggesting infidelity would be common in the Muslim world if men and women weren't kept separate. An insulted Ibn Battuta later refused to go back to his friend's home. Though Islamic culture permeated throughout Africa, most Africans still kept their own customs regarding men and women, even in the bastions of Islamic Africa in the Western kingdoms. When we think of African slavery, our minds often go to the early modern period in the early 1500s, and the massive number of slaves taken from Africa in the transatlantic slave trade. While nothing compares to the sheer magnitude and lasting consequences of this chattel slavery, slavery had been practiced in different forms in most ancient and medieval societies. It most likely developed when one clan or society took over another, and forced them to become workers and servants. By the medieval period, the Berbers in North Africa regularly raided regions of the Sahel and beyond, to bring back captives who were then sold across the Mediterranean world. Men could have been used as slave soldiers, while women as domestic servants for the nobility. In the Western empires and the Swahili coasts, African slaves were used more for manual labor. Sometimes, even little girls would be used in mines in order to reach gold, too hard for larger bodies to reach. Plantations did exist in Africa, usually owned by the king or wealthy landowners. Conditions were harsh and deplorable, and along with slaves who worked the mines, were some of the worst lives of servitude. Those more lucky, like soldiers, could at some point win their freedom. Those who worked in private residences as domestic servants also had a somewhat easier time than the laborers. It's possible that the majority of the population in North Africa were slaves, while in sub-Saharan Africa, this number is less than 1 in 10. African culture was primarily based on their art, which was, like most other cultures of the world at the time, created for religious purposes. As far as we can tell, the oldest forms of African art are their rock paintings. The earliest of these is in the Sahara, in the Tassili Mountains, dating to around 5000 BCE. Later paintings show the two-horse chariots widely used before the camel was brought to North Africa. In southern Africa, the sand rock paintings depict some of their village rituals. Africans also used trees to create intricate art. After making a sacrifice to the tree spirit, an artist would carve masks, sculptures, or headdresses from the tree itself. The masks and headwear were used by dancers during rituals. In Mali, the Chihuahua mask represented the swift antelope, with their rituals honoring the myth of the creation of farming and agriculture. A bit to the south, in Ife, present-day southern Nigeria, metal workers created copper alloy statues using the lost wax method. These Ife sculptures could have influenced the sculptures in the Kingdom of Benin, which represented different figures, both human and animal. The Benin sculptures are quite complex, and are collectively known as the Benin bronzes, reaching their peak during the late medieval period under a golden age, under their obas, or kings. It's no surprise that each of Africa's varied regions practiced varied types of architecture. In ancient Africa, the oldest and longest lasting has been the pyramids. Not just the ones in Egypt, but to the south, in Meroe, built by the Nubians of the Kingdom of Kush from 300 BCE. As discussed earlier, these pyramids were distinct from those to the north in Egypt, in that they were smaller, but much more numerous. Later, to the south, the Kingdom of Axum built colossal stone pillars up to 100 feet high, just over 30 meters, called stelae, to mark the tombs of their kings. Once Christianity was officially adopted in the mid-300s, Axum focused on building large churches. In West Africa, though stone was used for buildings, they relied more on mud brick constructions or mixtures of earth and other organic compounds. In the Swahili city-states, architecture was more related to those designs of the Middle East. Most people lived in small mud or thatch houses, while the wealthy lived in large residences built of stone, influenced by the Arab culture. To the south were the walls of Great Zimbabwe, built with no mortar, by the Shona, part of the Bantu people who migrated throughout the continent. Some of these walls reached 11 meters high. A lesser-known Zimbabwean archaeological site was at Bambusi, where colossal stone walls were also built, although later. African music and dance was also created for religious purposes, to tell stories, or for ceremonies like weddings. Emphasis was on percussion and rhythmic beats. Dances were representations of the spirits coursing through the human form. Some societies, like the Maasai, a Nilotic people, jumped, while others shook, stomped, or sang. Many would join in and clap their hands. Xylophones, like the balafon, were used in West Africa. Bells and flutes were also popular, and they used stringed instruments like the fiddle, harp, and zither. For musical storytelling, West Africans used what we call a talking drum, which went by many names in the various regions. Two drumheads were connected and leather tension cords could be squeezed to manipulate the pitch. Leaders would use voice repetition to incite a reply from listeners, called a call and response. This tradition made its way over to the Americas during the slave trade, and it mostly survives in the present day through gospel music and in American churches in the South. A bard, also called a griot, was a professional storyteller, and necessary to orally pass down a community's history from generation to generation. As expected, bards needed a highly developed memory and were said to possess the knowledge contained in entire libraries. When a griot died, so did the knowledge. They weren't simply storytellers, but entertained crowds by singing and playing instruments, and were even thought to possess supernatural powers, with the ability to both bless and to curse. The Epic of Sunjara is one of the most prolific West African poems, and has been passed down in the oral tradition by bards for over 7 centuries. It is set in West Africa, and deals with the exploits of Sunjara, also known as Sundiata, the founder of the Mali Empire. While Mansa Musa became more famous because of his pilgrimage to Mecca, spending extravagant amounts of gold, Sundiata has always been more celebrated by the Mandinka, because of his legendary stories which were told by their bards. The Kuyate line of griots, which began with the founding of the Mali Empire, still exists today.
Hello everyone, I am Slbc Tv, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Cisse, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سيقول السفهاء من الناس ما ولاهم عن قبلتهم التي كانوا عليها قل لله المشرق والمغرب يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا وما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول ممن ينقلب على عقبيه وإن كانت لكبيرة إلا على الذين هدى الله وما كان الله ليضيع إيمانكم إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد. So my dear friends, brothers, sisters, wherever you are, inshallah, this first day of Ramadan was good for you, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to complete both our Ramadan and also our journey through the Quran. So today we begin the second juz of the Quran. The second juz of the Quran gets a lot more inclusive, a lot more comprehensive in terms of the very specific rulings and ahkam related to the life, both social life, family life, and individual life. And it's almost perfect because the first juz kind of sets the scene, has an introduction, and now, mashallah, the second juz, it provides a lot of the very specific details and rulings. It's like a manual. So inshallah, you'll see. However, the second juz starts off with the discussion about the change of the Qibla. The change of the Qibla, almost like you can say Islam, the worship in Islam was becoming more focused in terms of its center, which is Makkah Mukarramah. Because as many of you may know, that initially, after the Prophet ﷺ moved to Medina Munawwara, for about 16 months or so, the Kaaba was not yet the Qibla. So Medina Munawwara is on the north of Makkah Mukarramah. So Makkah Mukarramah is in the south of the Hijaz, which is the western border of the Arabian Peninsula. So about 4 hours north, as you'll know, is Medina Munawwara. And then if you carry on north, you get to Jerusalem and Sham and Jerusalem. So when the Prophet ﷺ was in Makkah Mukarramah, he would actually stand behind the Kaaba so that he would face the Kaaba and north. So he would be facing Jerusalem, which was the Qibla at the time, but he would also face the Kaaba as far as he could. When he moved to Medina Munawwara, the two directions became an opposite side. So Jerusalem was north from Medina Munawwara because Medina Munawwara is in the middle. And the Kaaba, which is Masjid al-Haram in Makkah Mukarramah, is down south. So he couldn't incorporate both directions at one time. It was impossible because it was 180 degrees. So while he used to pray, the Prophet ﷺ used to keep looking up, kind of glancing up. That was just his way of looking for a revelation, looking for change of guidance almost, looking to see if the Qibla could change. So initially begins of سَيَقُولُ السُّفَهَاءُ مِنَ النَّاسِ, the foolish among the people. They are soon going to say that what made them change the Qibla. So after 16 months, the following verses were revealed. قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ قِبْلَةً تَرْضَاهَا. Now we direct you towards the Qibla, the direction which you are satisfied with, which you were hoping for, and which you wanted all along. But there's going to be people who's going to make a discussion about this. Foolish people who'll make this something to discuss, object to, wonder about, talk about. This is what talk show hosts do. And this is, you can just say, the earlier precursors of the talk show people. But obviously not just to make money, right? Not just to have conversation, but actually also to denigrate the Prophet ﷺ and the religion of Islam. Especially some of the Yahud said that because Baytul Maqdis and Jerusalem was kind of their Qibla, was kind of their direction as well. So obviously it was a bit upsetting, it sounds, for them that now the Qibla was totally severed from there, changed from there to Makkah Mukarramah. So not just the Yahud, but it was the Munafiqeen, the hypocrites at the time as well, who started to object in all of this regard. However, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. Now direct yourself towards Al-Masjid al-Haram, the sanctified masjid, the sanctified place of sujood, of prayer. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds in there to respond to those objections that what does a direction mean anyway? All the directions. وَحَيْثُمَا كُنْتُمْ فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرًا. When you look at these verses and you look at the way the Prophet ﷺ proceeded in this regard, where he wanted a Qibla to change, but he never once prayed for it, he never once sought it or asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He just kept looking in anticipation. He kept looking in anticipation, raising his gaze up to the heavens. And maybe the reason for that is that he didn't want to ask for something which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted it to remain otherwise. For example, if Allah had maybe wanted it to remain towards Baytul Maqdis and he asked for something different, then that's the adab that a person has with their superior, with their Lord. And the Prophet ﷺ, you can tell his husnul adab, his beautiful akhlaq with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well. Now, immediately after that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks about providing bounties to the believers, to show that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided them with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided them with this siraj munir, this lamp of guidance, which is a huge benefit to humankind and to the believers. So the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants everybody to face towards Masjid al-Haram as well, that in itself is another huge benefit to the Muslimin. That's why there's numerous verses it carries on all the way until about verse 151 or so. وَلِكُلِّ وَجْهَةٌ هُوَ مُوَلِّيهَا فَاسْتَبِقُوا الْخَيْرَاتِ أَيْنَمَا تَكُونُوا يَأْتِ بِكُمُ اللَّهُ جَمِيعًا وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. I think the main thing in all of this, وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ لِأَلَّا يَكُونَ لِلنَّاسِ عَلَيْكُمْ حُجَّةٌ. In all of this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us that the main thing is not that you face in a particular direction only. That is important to have everybody synced in one direction, have a unity throughout the world that they're all facing in the direction of the Kaaba. Otherwise, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not physically located in the Kaaba. It's a house that represents Him. It's the most distinctive feature of representation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because it's called the house of Allah. Where we're sitting is also a house of Allah. But the ultimate Kaaba and the Baytullah is in Makkah Mukarramah. But the real objective is not the direction only. That's just to get everybody physically oriented in a particular direction. Otherwise, really what's important is that people get their orientation of their belief, their actions, their dealing, and their character. So the aqa'id, a'mal, mu'amalat, and the akhlaq, that these need to be in the right direction. That's really what's most important. That's why Allah says, وَلِأُتِمَّ نِعْمَتِي عَلَيْكُمْ وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَهْتَدُونَ, so that I complete my bounties upon you, and so that you are given guidance. And then Allah says, كَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا فِيكُمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْكُمْ يَتْلُو عَلَيْكُمْ آيَاتِنَا وَيُزَكِّيكُمْ وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَيُعَلِّمُكُمْ مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah has sent you the messenger so that He can teach you all of these different things. That's verse 151. And then 152 is فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ وَاشْكُرُوا لِي وَلَا تَكْفُرُونَ, telling us to remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and thank Him. All of this gets summed up in the Ayatul Bir, which is around at the quarter of the juz, about verse 177. لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ. After all of this discussion in between, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala then sums it up there, that the real piety and righteousness is not just that you turn your face to the east or the west, but true faith and true piety is the one who believes in Allah and the last day and the angels, the book, the prophets, gives money and spends money where it's due to his family, to the orphans, and so on and so forth. So you can read that verse in detail. That's why there are approximately 16 different rules that are mentioned in that, not just in that verse, but the cluster of verses mostly after it, and there's 2 of them that are mentioned before it. So let's just quickly go through the 16 main rulings that are provided around this ayah of bir, which is لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا. So out of that, what you've got is, the main gist of it is that just doing outer rituals or putting up symbols of faith is not sufficient, right? You know, for example, what some Christians would do is they put a Christmas tree at Christmas. It's just a symbol. Don't even know what the origin of that is. So Muslims are told that you're not going to focus just on symbols. Symbols are important. They provide a form of unification, no doubt. They provide a form of representation and identity, no doubt. But that's not the objective. The objective and the soul and the substance of your faith is more than that. It's how you turn your heart and your behavior to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the way you deal with everybody that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants you to deal with in the correct way. So it's not just about doing something in a masjid. That's why these times are very important for us, because we don't have access to the masajid. Majority of people don't. But it's your deen continues. God is still there. Your worship still continues. You do tarawih at home, right? Whether congregation or alone, right? You do your Jumu'ah prayers. You can't do Jumu'ah, you do Dhuhr at home. So our deen continues. And Allah gives you the reward of what you would have liked to have done in normal circumstances. So the idea here now is that, how does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want us to be in the house, when shopping, in the markets, on the streets, in the masjid, in a madrasa, when studying, politically speaking, in terms of ruling or being subjects, in terms of business, in terms of just interaction with one another. All of that Islam teaches us, and a lot of those laws you'll find in the second juz of the Quran here, in part of Surah Al-Baqarah. So that's why this ayah is called Ayatul Bir. Ayatul Bir, لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ. As I mentioned, it's verse 177. Now, what are these Ayatul Bir? The Ayatul Bir represents the 16 or so. These would be called the Abwabul Bir, the doors of goodness, the doors of piety. What are the 16 doors of piety that are discussed in this verse? So as I mentioned, there's 2 that are discussed beforehand. Number 1, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna safa wal marwata min sha'airillah, faman hajja al-bayt. So that's verse 158. So this was a ritual from, the Hajj was a ritual from before Islam, right? From Ibrahim alayhi salam's time, there's been some kind of a pilgrimage, though it was probably modified from what it was supposed to be, and a lot of corruption had entered into it. So now the way the mushrikeen used to do it is that on Safa and Marwa, there were actually 2 mounts at that time, and the valley was in between where the 2 green lights are today. So they actually had 2 idols. They had idols on Safa and on Marwa.
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Our quote for today comes from Gift Google, Mona, an internationally acclaimed author, and it says, "Great leaders always strive for good governance." Coming up in this edition of the podium, President Julius Maada Bio returns home after participating in the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. We shall be talking to the presidential spokesman on this, including the signing of the MCC. And Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation provides updates on her 6-month stewardship as the public service broadcaster. You can be part of the show. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The program is The Podium. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. Welcome to the podium. First on the podium this afternoon, suppressing dissenting views was identified as one of the reasons for the country's civil war, which lasted for 11 years and left thousands dead. The space for people to say their minds was very limited, creating room for deep-rooted grudges, hatred, and malcontent, and eventually exploded into carnage. Well, to create that platform where citizens would have their say, triggered the debate for the country to have a public service broadcaster. This finally led to the transformation of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service, which had been a state-owned and controlled medium for several decades, into an independent public broadcaster by an Act of Parliament in 2009. The SLBC came to being by a merger between the then SLBS and the United Nations Radio. It was officially commissioned in April 2010 by former President Ernest Bai Koroma and former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. The SLBC now has a new Director General who happens to be a veteran broadcaster who started a broadcasting career at the then SLBS. Josephine Kamara was appointed early this year and has served for 6 months now. But how has this 6 months in her capacity as Director General of the Public Service Broadcaster been? She is my studio guest, but before we talk to her, let's take a look at some clips of how the SLBC was before she came.
The Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, is the nation's premier public broadcaster. Originally called the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service, SLBS, the broadcaster traces its roots back to 1934. Since 1934, when we first broadcast as SLBS, SLBC has been the voice of our nation, the first English language radio service in West Africa. But behind every story we broadcast, there's a hidden struggle. With tools that time has left behind, our dedicated team battles slow render times, glitches, and the constant threat of power cuts. Every broadcast is a triumph against the odds, a testament to the resilience and passion of our staff. At SLBC, we believe in the power of stories, stories that transcend boundaries, stories that echo the needs and dreams of every Sierra Leonean. We are not just a corporation, we are the heartbeat of a nation. With your support, we can elevate these stories to new heights. Our journalists travel across the country, from the districts to the remotest villages, east, west, north, and south, delivering unbiased and unpolarized content. We stand firm in our commitment to impartiality.
Well, that was how the SLBC was and maybe still is. But we have the Director General, Josephine Kamara, in the studio. So, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me, Ms. Daphne.
And now, how has your 6 months been as the Director General?
I was just looking at the question that you posed in your intro. How has my 6 months been? I don't know how to assess it, but first of all, I would say it's been a whirlwind tour. Whirlwind because sometimes it's good and sometimes it's rough, because when you come in a space at the beginning of every venture, and that passion and that knack that you have to move from the existing gains that have been made to the next level, and then sometimes the speed at which you want to go with is a slow or a lull in that process. It can become a little frustrating, but I have a great team here with me that is extremely supportive, and of course the general public that will pick up the phone from time to time to call to say, hey, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. There is progress, there is improvements, there's some change, and we're seeing it. So that's the inspiration that I get from everyone, including you yourself, Daphne.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now you saw the video, and I think, and I know you orchestrated that video because you know the purpose of which you wanted it for people to see what you inherited. Now let's talk about what you're bringing to the table to make sure that become a thing of the past.
It's not actually all doom and gloom as you can see in that picture. There are still existing structures that we're still working. For example, the TV was still on, the radio still on. Of course, we have challenges like you saw in that video. Lots of equipment are broken down. Spaces where the staff sit are all, most of them are broken and dilapidated. Even the studio where we're sitting. You're seeing a very nice image in the background when you see. It's all, in fact, the very first day I came here, I said it's all magical. I don't know how people do it. But if you can take the facade behind me right now that the viewers are seeing, and you actually look inside, it's worse than what you're seeing. That green screen. What I want to see is a broadcasting house that is welcoming to everyone. I just came back from Botswana. I visited their radio station. I did not even enter into a TV studio. The radio station, the radio studio looked like a television studio with all the gadgets, the tools that are needed to run a real, true public broadcaster. And that radio station that I visited in Botswana is actually a public broadcaster. So what I would like to see is to see SLBC transforming from where it is. Imagine, this broadcaster has lived since 1934. And we started off as an analog broadcaster. All other countries have moved to the digital stage. SLBC is still one of the last on the mile that has remained analog. What is wrong with us as a country, as a people? As a people, because this is a public broadcaster. Being a public broadcaster does not mean it's the government's responsibility alone to support the progress. It's the people, it's the private sector, it's our partners and friends from all over the world who care about the voices of the people of Sierra Leone, who care about information that should transcend just beyond Freetown to the remotest part of this country. So my goal is really to see how this place will transform.
So how long do you think that will take?
It's a slow, most of these depend on the resources. It's taking time, but like I said earlier today, and I've been making the rounds on the different flagship programs here at SLBC, this is an appeal. We cannot do it between now and 6 months. We cannot do it between now and 5 years. It's technology. Technology moves by stage. We may fix something today, and tomorrow that technology becomes obsolete. And what happens? We have to go back. But at least the facelift. If the resources are there, this studio would have been fixed. But
so how do you plan to garner resources to do this?
It's called resource mobilization. I've been talking to partners who are interested in investing in a public broadcaster. I've been talking to all of us as colleagues here within the broadcaster. When simple things like when you go out in the field and an organization pays for something that should rightfully come to the coffers of the station, and you take it and pocket it as if it's your personal money, then you're depriving the station from moving forward. Let me tell you, I spend 16,000 new leons every day if there is no electricity on energy alone, just to run the Freetown station. That doesn't amount to what the regional stations in Kenema, Kailang, Kono, Bo, Mabroka, and Makeni are spending daily on energy. That's a lot of money. So if we have pilfering occurring within the systems, what we do is to try to tighten up those leakages and make sure that what the broadcaster really deserves comes to us. We also go to our partners. We go to the government and cry to the government. Our subventions are due. Can we have our subventions on time? This place must run as a development space, as a humanitarian, fast space, emergency. Because if I'm talking now and something happens to the transmitter or even the generator goes off, the first thing the public would cry out is, oh, SLBC don't do them again. They are never on air. So I'm appealing, let me take a look into this camera and appeal to our partners who are supporting us, who are providing who we provide programming for. Support us, bring the money here. Government agencies, we're not saying don't go to our partners or our colleagues in the other media spaces, but what is due the national broadcaster, please provide that for us so we can keep the station running and fulfill our mandate as required by law, by the laws of this country.
Now, with all of the strides you've taken to bring in more money, has there been any success so far?
I came in the middle of a budget year where most partners, most donors, those who will feel sorry for us have already scheduled or planned their budget. Of course, the conversations are ongoing. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and I keep telling all of you who work here that let's be patient. Of course, here and there we're getting little things, but that big proposal that you send out that requires income to come in, that will take time. Planning is not automatic. You plan, you strategize, you plan, you put your proposal out. It takes time for those who will feel sorry for you to say, okay, we're willing to help. So I would say, let's be patient. Okay. I've just been here for 6 months. Let's see what the next 6 months will look like.
So let's talk about plans to improve on the welfare of the staff when it comes to salary.
Yes, welfare issues, and I've been answering those questions, are broad-based. For me, when we say welfare, just the fact that you walk into the space here and it's clean, and you feel comfortable breathing fresh air, that's a welfare issue.
It's the salary, that's what I pointed out.
It's the salary.
Because we know what obtains here, you know, the harmonization. It's not the increment. We know that government allocated 50% last year, this year we got them. But the disparity, it's great, and sometimes it's not harmonized. Reporters earn more than producers. Some producers earn more than their colleague producers. So what will you do to ensure a fair playing field for all of us?
So we have looked up to the government institution that does work like this. We recently reached out to the Public Service Reform Unit to see how they can help us do an organizational assessment and compare us as a public sector agent with other public sector agencies to see what where the disparities lie. A management and functional review. Grading system. SLBC did not have a grading system. You've been here much longer, so you know how this place was established as a corporation and how prior government was able to support the institution to where it is, and how you were merged into the public service sector. But of course, it was not, I don't believe that it was done in a proper way, and that's where you have all of these disparities in grading systems. Of course, salaries, no matter where you are, some people have better education than others. Some people have better education than others. Some people have more experience than others. When I look at a job description, a
minute please, but for you what counts? Experience or qualification?
Both of them. Both of them count. Experience can be backed with qualification. Just because you're qualified, you just came from the University of Sierra Leone with a Mass Comm degree, does not, you may be academically qualified, but what experience do you bring? So that for me is important. Some people are experienced. They do not have the necessary degree that can take them to the next level of critically analyzing things. How do you merge experience with academic achievements? For me, both of them count.
Okay. And also, another part of welfare was when you came, we started seeing a semblance of trying to get a welfare association. But all of that, we are not seeing anything happening. So what's happening with regards? Because we need a voice to stand there, not these different voices just speaking in chorus. We want someone to represent us, to tell you, the management, how we feel, our problems, so that we get solutions. What's happening?
So I get overwhelmed when, just because I announced that I have an open door policy, every second of the minute someone is coming in to knock on the door. It distracts me a little bit from the strategic level thinking that I'm supposed to be having. And so, welfare issues, welfare associations, when I came, I told you I'm open to that kind of association within the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service. Because what has been happening is the shumu shumu, she said, he said, and so there's a lot of cluster conversations going on around this institution, and that causes a lot of question marks, fake news flying here and there.
So it is important for you all as a group to talk to the administrator. I have given my go-ahead. You need to talk to the administration department, and HR, and see how you can pull that off. Because in every organization, it's good to have a pressure group that can speak on behalf of its people. And I'm 100% pro a welfare association, rather than having individuals coming every minute of the day to talk to Director General.
Okay. And also, you know, as a leader, do you believe in unity? Do you stand for unifying us? Because one would want to see a Director General in the middle, not taking sides, not like in Korea they say, jam people head together.
Exactly.
So let's talk about your strategy.
My style of trying to unify. And that's one of the things when I came, I said, I don't have best friends here. I have colleague workers. If we're all in this space, we come in the morning, we respect each other, we work as professionals. When we walk out that door, that main gate outside of this space, if I say hello and you don't want to say hello to me, it's all right. But for as long as we're here, we treat each other with respect. We acknowledge each other as professional colleagues, and we work together as a team. No one individual is in broadcasting and in journalism generally, no one individual can take credit, because even as we're doing this interview now, there are many people behind the scenes that are helping us to make sure that this thing goes out on air. So I'm not for, oh, this person came to tell DG that person came to tell DG that, and DG takes sides.
And you are not the DG who tells someone that this person said this and this person said that.
No, I will, if something like that happens, if you ever say, I will bring the two of you and sit you down and say, well, what happens? Let's sort this out. And I think I've done that several times. If you ask your colleague Daphne, maybe they would actually. But what I'm also saying is that, you know what the former permanent secretary for the Ministry of Information said, SLBC staff, you continue to demonize yourselves. There are no bad people here. That you should stop demonizing yourself. I think if we know that we have a crisis, a genuine crisis, it's important for you to take it up to the next level of your next supervisor. If your supervisor fails to answer those questions or to help you with the issue that you're asking for, that's why I said I have an open door policy.
Okay.
Come to me.
Okay. There is this issue of volunteers. Let's talk about how under your tenure you would handle the issue of volunteers, because we know what happened in McKinney, and now we see
what happened in McKinney.
Umu was a volunteer.
Who is
something
Umu?
happened. Umu Tonka.
Oh, that case.
Yes, and something happened. She was dismissed, and now we see some of our colleagues who are volunteers who have been here for some time now have been asked to leave. Let's talk about how you will handle this.
So these disparities have existed. If you think about volunteerism, it's not a permanent job. You come in, and the HR policy would specifically tell you what the timeline is. Okay. In certain institutions, volunteerism is just for 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. I think when I was a volunteer, it was 3 months, not in this country, in another country. And after 3 months, I was told to leave. But that if they have a need for me, they will call me back. So what does the SLBC employee manual say? What does Sierra Leone labor law or the public sector law, what does it say about volunteerism? For me, when I came, I'm going with the employee manual. There's a time limit. and keeping volunteers long. And people come, they say, oh, I just want to volunteer, I don't want to be paid. I just want the experience, I just want the skill. But they stay forever. Of course, we need the skills. What has been done in the past is what I'm trying to correct now. Because if you're a volunteer, if you're a contractor, contractors also have term limits. In the UN system, for example, contractors, short-term contractors, you go for 11 months, not even 12 months, not a full year, because once you hire somebody for a full year, you are mandated to provide the resources or the benefits that are allotted them. So there's a time limit. What I'm trying to do is to correct these limits. The volunteer, there's a volunteer or a contractor that we contracted. He's the most important, one of the most important people in this institution. That's the man that climbs the tallest mast on Leicester Peak. We had to give him a pause because we have to follow the employee rules of this institution. Otherwise, tomorrow someone will say, well, I've worked as a volunteer for 10 years, they never paid me. I need to be able to correct those anomalies. Everyone is important to this institution, but we need to do the right thing without fear or favor to any one individual. The Omutaronka issue we have handled in the press. The board of directors thankfully took up that case, they investigated it and they handled it, they've clarified it, and I, as the Director General of this institution, will not go back to that issue.
Okay, well, talking about the employee manual, you there was a time that you mentioned that it should be reviewed. Are you planning to do so?
Yeah, we are in the process of reviewing it. They're looking. We've got the first draft, which was presented to the board of directors in the last board meeting. The board of directors has a committee called the Admin and HR Committee. They will look at the recommendations that have been included, and then we can merge it with the existing one, and those in the existing ones that are not appropriate, because laws are meant to be reviewed based on the context of situation. Every 2 years maximum, if possible go 5 years, 4 or 5 years, and change and review what is working based on the situation on the ground. So those are the things that we do. The first draft of that update has gone to the board of directors during their last board meeting.
Okay, and also let's talk about promotions. Some people have been in positions for donkey years. Some people stay in a position until they retire, and some people just stay where they are until they are fed up and leave. What do you plan to do about this?
So that's where the organizational assessment and the management and functional review work will come in. All of these anomalies, if they are anomalies, as staff are saying, are occurring, we have to look at the situation and solve that. But promotion does not come just because you've been here for donkey years. Appraisers
I did not specify because you must have been diligent in service.
Yes. So for me,
not just go through all that.
So for me, appraisals have to be done. People have to be appraised based on their work, and you cannot appraise if you don't have personnel indicators, what they call KPIs, key personnel indicators. We are have been here 6 months. And these were the assessments that I've been making. So now we're sitting down with the administrative office department to look at KPIs and also to look at job descriptions and match them with the key personnel indicators. And then we can start doing appraisals of staff. You don't just come here like Daphne. I know you come here every morning, 6 o'clock. If not earlier than that, you're usually here for morning coffee, for good morning salon. Some people come, they sit under the mango tree all day gossiping. In the evening, they get up and take their bags and go. So we have to look at all of those. We just can't promote people just because you've been here for 10 years.
Finally, in the next 6 months, when you sit on that chair, what will be the new things that you bring out that you have achieved?
I want to make sure that first of all, when Honorable Alpha Khan comes into this studio, when he sits in this chair, there's some fresh air around him. The studio environment is much more nice, and the studio is renovated. The sound system on our television and radio, I am expecting that I will be able to say, yes, we've changed the transmitters and now we have good sound and video and audio. So many other things. I would be able to say, you will be able to walk here and say, SLBC is making a lot of money now from obituaries, not because I want more Sierra Leoneans to die, but because the electronic transfer business system, e-business system that we've set up will start operating full and functional. So anybody, no matter wherever you are in the world, you'll be able to say, okay, I have an advert and I need to pay for that advertisement. You don't have to go through anybody, but you can do it electronically and it goes straight into the SLBC account. So many other things, but I'm latching on the low-hanging fruits for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, that is our Director General, Josephine Kamara, talking about her 6 months in office. We go for a short break. When we come back, we shall be talking to the presidential spokesman and PRA on the reduction on the price of fuel products in the country. Welcome back. The program you're watching is The Podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. For another issue this afternoon, President Julius Maada Bio has called on world leaders to act together with a sustained commitment to end the circle of violence in the world and give innocent civilians the opportunity to enjoy lasting peace and prosperity. President Bio was addressing his fellow heads of states on the need for the global peace at the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in the USA. Meanwhile, the United States Millennium Challenge Corporation and the government have signed a compact agreement to strengthen the country's energy sector. The compact, which includes $480 million in grant funding from the United States, as well as an additional $14.2 million contribution from the government of Sierra Leone, is a vital step towards fostering sustainable economic growth and improving the quality of life for its citizens. I have in the studios for all of this as presidential spokesman, Alhaji Alpha Kano. But first, let's start with the president's speech calling for peace. Let's talk about what he outlined. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, listeners.
So let's talk about the president's speech when he was calling for peace in